Awesome. It is 9 a.m. on March 27th. We are here for our second special meeting to interview candidates for the superintendent position. Let me call the meeting to order. Amy, let the record reflect that all 7 of us are here and accounted for and smiling under our masks. Are there any visitor comments?
There is no one waiting for visitor comments at this time.
Awesome. Then let's move on to our 4th interview of Jennifer Fee from East Grand Rapids. Mr. Killips, please get her for us. Some small play.
I got good eyes.
Look at the reading glasses.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you. Okay.
I'd like to introduce Mrs. Jennifer Fee to the school board. She comes to us from East Grand Rapids, where she serves as the assistant superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome.
Well, good morning, excuse me, and welcome to St. Joe.
Thank you.
Yep. So let me briefly describe our format this morning. I'm sure Mr. Killips has shared that a little bit with you, but we've got about 75 minutes to spend with you. We have 25 questions that we want to try to get through. We'll try to keep on pace, but we certainly want to give you the opportunity to answer questions fully and fairly. Maybe a little follow-up, may not. So we'll work through that. Toward the end, you'll certainly have an opportunity to ask us any questions. I think that might be question number 24, is whether you have questions for us. And then if you are interested in making a closing statement, you certainly will have the opportunity to do that as well.
Great.
All right? So choosing our next superintendent is a responsibility that we know is of critical importance for our school board and our district, excuse me, this morning, and our community. We know that a superintendent of a public school district is a humongous and unique job, and we need to find the right candidate to lead our district in this moment in time. And so we are taking that task very seriously. Look forward over the next hour 15, hour 30, and learning as much as we can about you during the process. And so let's get started.
All right, sounds
All right.
good.
So we've obviously had the opportunity to review your application materials and some other items that we asked to be submitted in writing samples. So we're familiar with your background, but our online audience, I don't know how many we have on this morning, but yesterday we had between 70 and 80 people online watching it throughout the afternoon. They haven't had a chance to review that stuff, so if you'd please review for us your background and history and why you've come to apply here at St. Joe at this point in your career.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to talk with you about my experiences and my background this morning. And I'm really excited that we're able to do this face-to-face in this room together, because that personal connection is so important to make between us. And so hopefully you can see through my mask and through my eyes a smile or a inquisitive look, but it's better than Zoom, I should have to say. So I'm fortunate for that. My career in education started in Florida and Colorado, where I taught social studies to middle school students at private and independent schools. Right before the birth of my first child, Nkenge, who will be 22, I think, in 2 weeks, my husband and I decided to move back home to Michigan to be closer to our parents and my 5 brothers. Yes, I wanted to be closer to my 5 brothers. And wanted to continue my teaching career, and I did that at East Grand Rapids Public Schools. And for the past, since leaving the classroom, I taught for 10 years in the classroom. Since leaving the classroom, I've been serving in administrative roles at East Grand Rapids for, since that time of leaving the classroom in 2005, and those roles have had increasing responsibilities over time. That included 2 years as an assistant principal at the high school, 10 years as the high school principal, and for the past 4 years as the assistant superintendent of instruction. And in that role, I've been immersed in the responsibilities of leading a high-performing district similar to the size of St. Joe, and collaborating with their Board of Education to move that district forward. I'm really eager for a new challenge, and I'm ready to serve in a superintendent's capacity. I want to be a superintendent because I love kids. I love being around kids. I love being around people who love kids. The energy you get from their spirit when you walk into a school building is intangible and really drives what we do. As teachers, we can impact students on an individual level, student by student. And that's commendable and necessary work, and I enjoyed it immensely, and I have tremendous respect for it. But what really excites me in education and why I've pursued increasing responsibilities throughout the time is that I want to impact kids at a systems level. Because when you remove a barrier or improve a system at that level, you impact all kids, every kid, every day, year after year, even when you're gone. And that's a pretty tremendous responsibility, and I take great pride in being able to do that in the roles that I've been, and I look forward to doing that as well. When St. Joe opened 2 years ago, I was disappointed because it had always been on my radar as a desirable community and school district where I might one day want to live and work. But my life personally at that time, I had one child off to college, and I had 2 more finishing their high school careers in East Grand Rapids, and we just weren't at a point in the place where we could pursue that job. So I was delighted when it reopened up a year and a half, 2 years later. You probably weren't so delighted, but I was. And so I just jumped in, and I learned everything I could about the community. I'd never heard of the Herald Palladium before, but I now know what that is. And I learned through your websites, talking to people. My husband and I took a couple Sunday drives just to get a feel for the community and the sense of the parks and the business community and the homes, and just get a sense of the culture and feel. And through that process, I grew increasingly excited to have this opportunity in front of me. There's a lot of openings in the state of Michigan for superintendencies. That might have made you nervous, I think. But it was St. Joe is the only one I put an application in to be the superintendent. I don't see this as a stepping stone to another job, to a bigger and better superintendency. This is the final stop of my educational career. It's the culminating place, and I have every intention of continuing my career for many more years. I'm a working person, not a not working person, and the time is finally right for me personally. My youngest is off to the University of Michigan this fall. Yeah. It's like the Go Blue Cup this morning we connected on. And he's going to join his brother and sister who also attend there. And so that's a wonderful opportunity. And my husband and I are now this mobile empty nesters, and the world is in front of us once again after many years. And we're excited, just like my son Charlie, who's off to embrace new opportunities at college. We're looking forward to creating a new home and community in St. Joe. I know you want a leader that is going to honor all the great work that's done here, because there's been great work done here. But you also want someone that can lead the district forward, and I'm prepared to do that. I'll build a system where kids are put at the center. I'll prioritize the community engagement that you desire, and I'll build that cohesive leadership team, and together we can shape the future of St. Joe as we go forward. And I'm excited about the opportunity and that possibility, and excited to be able to share my experiences and background with you so you can understand what that might look like in the future. Thank you, and I'm ready to go.
All right. Thank you. Carrie.
Jenny, obviously this past and current school year that we're in has been impacted by a global pandemic. How have you led in your district during the pandemic, and what have you learned during the last year that you think will shape and change education moving forward?
First of all, I led with a vision, a collective vision that we gathered from our community and our stakeholders. And that vision was that the most important way to serve kids, the most effective way, is in-person learning. But we had to do that safely. So our goal was to develop a system that maximized the opportunity for in-person learning in a safe way, but also provide virtual opportunities for those families and students that aren't able to attend or don't desire to attend in person. And I'm proud that we were able to achieve that vision. Our elementary school has been in attendance in person at over above 90% since the first day of school. And they've had almost a normal school year. And that's really hard to say in a year when there is nothing normal. Certainly we've had bumps and challenges, but we've been able to have those students in. In the secondary level, we created a model where our teachers taught both in person and simultaneously virtually at the same time. It's a very challenging model for teachers. It's very demanding on teachers. They've stepped up to the plate and we've been able to do that. So that vision framed everything we did moving forward. How can we get to that point? How can we achieve that vision? And we did that collaboratively. We did that by bringing stakeholders in, listening to the voices of the students, listening to the voices of the teachers, parents, community members, health departments. When we were first investigating and digging in, learning all the research, we were connecting virtually with schools in Denmark and Switzerland to see how they were doing it and learning those practices and procedures from there. I think what I learned from that is, number one, it brought the light of equity into everything we do. Everyone all of a sudden became aware that the world was not accessible to everyone in the way that we might have assumed that it was. And so we really were able to build a lens of equity that I think I would take into all decision making, and that awareness, and to say, if we're gonna do X, what barriers in place for every different group or individual, and how do we remove that barrier? So that's really important lesson that I think will last as we go forward. The other lesson is that we have to tend to the needs of the whole child. We often get so focused on the academic achievement that we forget there's a social and emotional component and a physical component to our students, that if that's not developed and nurtured and cared for, the academic piece won't follow. And so I think we're gonna go into the future knowing we have to support kids from all those aspects. And we're gonna be doing that in East Grand Rapids, and I think that's a lens, the whole child, and that lens of equity is something you can bring forward with you.
Thank you.
Jamie, there's a few items in this question that you've already touched on, both in your written work as well as in your last question, but we would like to know, there are a few things that you believe are long-term challenges for K-12 education, and how those changes or challenges affect St. Joseph specifically, and how your skills and background might help to address those issues.
Okay? Non-COVID related, correct?
It doesn't have to
Okay.
be COVID related.
I didn't know if
but
it was an extension
It
of the
could be,
previous
it could
question.
be with
Okay.
any of those things.
Long-term challenges for K-12 education. Well, the easiest one is equitable and adequate funding. It is a problem that has existed since Proposal A in 1994, and we need to figure out how that works and how we can not only equitably do funding, but adequately do funding for all kids. There's lots of standards that we're expected to achieve, and we need the resources to do that for every single student. So that's a significant long-term challenge. I think the COVID loss of learning is something that's gonna require additional attention and additional resources. And so we're gonna need to put our efforts into that way. And I think in St. Joe, that school funding issue, it hits St. Joe like it hits every community. But similar to East Grand Rapids, we have poverty levels that are different within this community, whether that's within the school district and the community as a whole. And our distribution of funding might not be as high as other districts that have greater needs for poverty levels. And so when a school district right next door might be receiving millions of dollars in ESSER dollars, we might be receiving much less. And so St. Joe has to deal with that because COVID hit every child equally, not just disadvantaged. And so we're gonna have to be attention to how those finances are and advocate and legislate for equitable and adequate funding there. In terms of the COVID recovery, that's gonna create additional needs for supports for our students. And we're gonna need to first assess that loss and identify it. And then we're gonna need to figure out ways to address it. And that might be social emotional. In East Grand Rapids, we found that so far the reading levels of our students have not been impacted as significantly as we thought. But the math has not recovered quite yet. And so we're gonna need to develop some interventions that will support those. And I think that's a similar approach that we can take is use data, use understanding, and develop programs that will target that loss.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Could you help us understand what budget development process you use or would use with us? And how have you ensured funding is committed to success for all students? You just talked about that a little bit, but maybe expand upon that more specifically.
Yeah, the budget development process. So I think what's really important about that is our budget, your budget, that you set priorities reflects our priorities. And if it doesn't, we're not doing something right. We need to ensure that whatever we're allocating our resources and our time and our effort to is a priority in our district and what it meets the needs that our kids have. That process is one where you would work very closely, I would work very closely with the Director of Finance and make sure that we have a full understanding of what our revenue is, what our expenses are, and it's important that we take into consideration long-term and short-term consequences of our choices. It's easy when you get $10 million of ESSER funds over 2 years, but what happens when you institute all those programs and those teachers, and in 3 years, you don't have that money anymore? And if you don't have that money, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna support students? So you can't, it's great, I have all this money, we can do all these things, but we really have to be intentional and deliberate and think about sustainability over time. So that structural balance is really important in the budget development process. I've had the unfortunate grace to be part of significant budget cuts in East Grand Rapids Public Schools. Since 2015, we've cut $4.2 million out of our $30 million budget. And those are difficult conversations, and we do everything we possibly can to keep that away from the classroom and to have voice in how we make those cuts and what that will look like. So it's an endeavor that happens collaboratively with the board, with the Director of Finance, and that close relationship you have, and with the community and the stakeholders as a whole.
Thank you.
Morning, Jenny.
Good morning.
Can you tell us about a couple unpopular administrative decisions you've made and how you've handled the reactions to those decisions? And maybe include in your answer something about the budget cuts decisions that you just talked about.
Certainly. When you say unpopular decision and budget, I think about what we're going through right now. A perfect example is during COVID, at the beginning of COVID, we realized the budget was very unknown, very tenuous, and we made significant budget cuts to reduce our specials for our elementary students and change the format of our K-12, our K-5 Spanish delivery and program. And if we've come back and we have some funds available, we're looking at restoring those programs. But we also know in COVID that we need to have social emotional supports put in place. We need more. And we don't have the money to have social emotional support and have specials restored in the format that they are. So we've gone through a significant process, change process, and to develop a new elementary schedule. But unfortunately, it brings back our PE, our music, and our art, but it can't bring Spanish back wholly. It brings it back some, but not in the same capacity. And in the capacity we're proposing, because this is not a done deal yet, The capacity we're proposing, it does change the philosophy of the program itself. And so when we first began discussions about that component, because our K-12 Spanish program is something that we're very proud of and something that has been in existence for a long time and really produces some amazing results. And so there was lots of concern, very unpopular amongst particularly the Spanish teachers, which we can understand. And so we've been working with them side by side. We've had the elementary, when I say we, the elementary principals and myself have been engaged in ongoing conversations. And those have been from the standpoint of, this isn't what we're doing for sure, we need your help to understand what would be some other solutions, what would be some other ways that we can retain Spanish, or what would be a way that we can even get a little bit more than we're thinking about giving. And so those are ongoing conversations, and bringing in the, I guess you call it the user, the person who's in to get their opinions and understandings is really important in that process. So that's a budget unpopular decision. You said a couple, so I'm gonna hit on another one, is when we decided to return to in-person learning and to pursue that vision, that was what our community spoke to. However, our teachers were very scared and nervous, and that's understandable. There is still many, many unknowns about the virus. We've learned so much more, but they had fear and they had anxiety, and they didn't know if they would be safe. They have family members at home, they didn't know they'd be safe. And so it was a decision that we had to work with our teachers on. And so what we did is, first of all, just dove in terms of research and understanding and how we would make it work, so that when we're working with the teachers, we can listen empathetically, understand their issues and concerns and their needs, and then have all this knowledge and skills and expertise to be able to say, this is our rationale, this is our why, and this is how we're going to support you in that and remove barriers to that. So we were able to, I remember our assistant superintendent of finance and operations and myself were in a room similar to this, and we had all these cleaning bottles around, and we were spraying them and then testing out different rags and mops and things and what works best. And we landed on this really cool thing with mop sticks, and our teachers love it, and rags and green and red buckets and the whole deal. But nevertheless, we got in there and really figured out what would work for our teachers and tried to support them. And then when we were ready to implement, we walked alongside them. We were in the building making sure the Zoom was working. We were there assembling the boxes of cleaning supplies and materials that were being distributed to everyone. So we walked alongside them, and we made sure that whatever we asked to do of them, that we had done ourselves. And that's how we handled that particular unpopular decision, because we deal with unpopular decisions all the time, because in this job, there is no way to please everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
What do you know about our culture here at St. Joe Public Schools? And could you tell us a little bit about how you've worked in your district to improve the culture and climate?
I probably know more about St. Joe than I should right now.
Love that.
It's a little weird, but anyway. First of all, I think I'm not a community member. Before February, I'd never set foot in this town. I've driven by it a million times on the way to Chicago, but I'd never set foot. I've heard about it. I heard different things. And so what I've learned in all that research that I talked about in my opening was that it's a place built on inclusivity and making sure that everyone is part of the community. I was struck by the resolution the board passed in the fall. It was a very strong commitment to equity for all and understanding the differences and how that impacts every student. And that to me is just a testament of that inclusivity. And when you go on your websites, you can see things like every child, every day, and just words like that stick out about inclusivity. The whole child is a priority of this district. I think there's a culture here to address all those capacities You can see that on the Upton Middle School site where they talk about preparing students emotionally, intellectually, physically, culturally, all those different aspects. And you look at all the opportunities that exist here for students. You have a planetarium, wow. The robotics center, I'm very generous of. We've been, struggling with a space for our robotics team, which we've been developing K-12 throughout our district. And so you see opportunities like that, and the orchestra programs and the band programs and all this breadth. And that shows inclusivity, that you want to have everyone be part of something. And the whole child aspect, that you have to develop not just the academics, but all the other parts of that. It's collaborative. And again, I'll go back to the websites. I saw words like better together and collaborating with community members and businesses and organizations from that way. So I saw that very much. And forward thinking, it's visionary. The words that I see all over the place are future success and creating tomorrow's leaders and the challenges of tomorrow. And so you're thinking ahead of what has to happen and where we need to be and where our students need to be from that end. So those are some of the characteristics that have stuck out to me about your culture. In terms of my own community and building that culture, what I do is I model what we want our culture to be. So when I was a high school principal, or even today, when I was walking in a building, I know we want clean and safe and welcoming environments. So we have to greet people in a welcoming way. It needs to be clean and safe. So if there's trash on the floor, I bend down and pick it up. If there's something in the road or the parking lot that's getting in the way of kids accessing the building or it's unsafe, I walk over and I move it. It's that simple, and other people see you do that, and that care and that ownership, and that sets a tone for the culture. So those little things are really important. I think we're prioritizing that inclusivity now, and that being able to make sure we're tending to the needs of all students and be able to do that in a constructive, respectful, and dignified way. And so one thing that I'm working towards right now is the implementation of the use of restorative practices and the philosophies behind restorative practices. And that's going to be an endeavor that will involve training all 180 of our teachers over a 2-year period. It began by building capacity in 8 trained individuals who then will go out, teachers and administrators, and do the training that's going to be done over the next 2 years. So prioritizing different aspects of your culture like that helps to build it over time. Thank you. You're welcome.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
What strategies have you used or would you use to recruit and retain diverse and talented teaching and administrative staff?
We know the teacher is the #1 resource in this district. There's a plethora of research that says an effective teacher has the greatest impact on student achievement than any other factor. And so we must hire talented, skilled individuals. And that's just not in their content area, but in all those things, to supporting the whole child, to being able to have a passion for equity. All those things have to be present. Hiring teachers in and of itself is extremely difficult in this with the teacher shortage. There just is not, in the areas that we need them, they're not always there. And then you look at the enrollment in colleges of education that has declined significantly over time. I know that I work on the Dean's Advisory Committee at the University of Michigan, and I serve on that committee, and that's just an issue that they're wrestling with time and time again, is how to recruit quality candidates and diverse candidates so that the students in our buildings can see themselves represented in who they teach. And that has been a tremendous struggle at East Grand Rapids, and something that we think about a lot, because we don't have enough adults to reflect our population. And we need to work hard to overcome that. So what I would foresee ways to do that in terms of recruitment, I think just your postings and your job descriptions in general need to show a value for diversity. So you need to make a diversity statement in your posting that shows that you care about that. You need to be aware of words and language that might turn someone off. And you might not even realize that it does, but have that awareness of that bias that you might have put in the language in the posting, and make sure that that's not present in that. And then think about what you're asking candidates to do when they apply. Is it a barrier to some populations or people, and how could we change or create more access to that application process? And we have to be conscious of where we're posting and how we're getting that outreach. So I'm not sure if your ISD coordinates your applications, but they do in Kent County, and so we post it on the ISD website, and then you go to AppleTrack. And fill out your application, and then we look through there. But if that's all we're doing, we're hitting a very narrow audience. And so we really need to be deliberate and intentional about where else could this information be conveyed. Are there organizations in the community that service particular diverse groups or minority populations that we could share our postings with and have them network it out for us and have that relationship? And then college and universities and job fairs and different ways to go about that. And then when you're doing your interviewing and hiring, your interviewing process itself, it's important that there's representation from different groups at that table. So when I've worked through hiring processes and teams, we always have a parent, and we have a student, and we have teachers, and we have people with different interests and different backgrounds and experiences, so that we have different voices at the table, so that the candidate can connect to those people, but also they can have that relationship. And I think we have to be conscious of how we ask questions and what those questions say. And you could even go to a point of doing, blind review of resumes and applications. In my EDD program that I will be done in 1 year, which I'm really glad, and I had to go to Michigan State. Sorry, Michigan State people. It was really tough. I know, it was really tough. I had when my son heard that, I'll just tell a little personal story. When my son heard that I was going to attend graduate school at Michigan State, he looked at me and paused, and he's like, "Why would you ever do that?" We're very true, blue and gold, but quite respectful and understanding of the Spartans. So, nevertheless, in that program, some research I read that just struck me so tragically was that the name itself on the resume dictates how many people get asked back for an interview. And it was like 75% versus 25%. It was just stark, and it was just really shocking and that brought to my attention, like, maybe we need to be doing blind reviews of these applications, because we don't even know that we're having that bias. Hopefully that addressed a few of your questions. The last thing I'll say about that is that once we do retain, have someone come in, we have to create a supportive and safe place where they're valued and they want to work and stay, and we have to be conscious of that too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jenny, could you describe your experiences managing facilities and district operations, including any experience with bond and sinking fund expenditures? Or a foundation, for that matter?
Okay. I think I might get the time signal on this one. So facilities, I think my facilities management really came into play when I was a high school principal. We have a 200,000 square feet facility with 2 performing arts centers, 2 gymnasiums, athletic fields, pools, learning commons, cafes, high-tech science labs, all those things, and they need monitoring and maintenance and attention. We host hundreds of events every year and people coming in and out, so that tending to the facilities and its maintenance and all the leaks that happen on the roof were something where I really got immersed in that. And what was important to me in that process was that I had a very close relationship and open lines of communication with our director of facilities. We met, he joined our admin team meetings every Monday so that he could be a part of what was going on in the building, what needed to be tended to, what wasn't working. And so we were able to plan short-term and long-term with that person. In terms of operation, I don't know, East Grand Rapids is a very walkable community, it's about 3 square miles. We do not have buses, which people look at me and other superintendents are like, that's the best thing ever. But we actually do have buses, so I have worked with transportation, we have special ed transportation, we have our preschool child care program uses transportation for, from the schools to the program center. And we have extensive busing with our students attending the ISD programs, the CTE programs, the online programs out at our ISD center. So I've handled situations in which, you know, buses bring additional problems that we have to tend to, and I've been able to do that in the transportation area. Food service, we actually have a relationship with the Grand Rapids Public Schools, which is adjacent to us, and they provide our food services. And so mostly that's in the field of our assistant superintendent of operations and finance to handle that piece. But during COVID, I played a large role in making sure that the food scarcity needs were being met, and the delivery of the food and acquiring the food, and how that was going to work, and communicating to families in regard to that. And then our model in elementary is to eat in your classroom. And so we had to change the whole food service model and how you sign up for food and how you get food and who's going to do it, and the hiring model. So that was pretty intense with food service, but pretty proud of how we got access to everyone through that process. Technology, the director of technology is a direct report to me at this time, so we sit down weekly and talk through the different issues that have come up. Sometimes I'm not sure what he's talking about, but at least I know he's working on networks and servers and infrastructure and cybersecurity and all those points. But it's just an ongoing relationship and collaboration on that end. So bonds, in East Grand Rapids, I've been part of 3 bonds. One failed, or part of one failed, and then 2 passed. So the first one that failed, we had to go back and really understand why it failed. What was the problem with it, and what do people really want? And so we were able to understand that by talking to stakeholders and communities and seeing what they didn't like about that and what might pass in the future. So we included that piece in a different way on the next bond. So one was a $12 million bond, the other was a $27 million bond. And in working in that process to get a bond through, you first have to prepare it. You have to prepare its the rationale, the reasoning, your needs. So you do a needs assessment, you figure out what you need, then you start talking to banks and you start talking to construction companies and architects. And then you have to present to all of you of why this is needed and what the recommendation is, and answer all the questions you have and make sure it's a priority that aligns with your priorities. And then you go into a full promotion and marketing of that. And with these bonds, we had videos made to promote it that we put out on the web. We had big boards with images of what it would be at all the different events that we hosted throughout the district prior to the election date. We spoke about it at PTO meetings and booster meetings, and we would have advertisements and communications in athletic brochures, and just hit it from all sides as much as we can, information sessions where people can ask. So that promotion piece is really important, so others understand the need and what it will look like and how that will impact them. And then right before the election, you gotta make sure it passes. So that's all hands-on, and you really want to focus on those yes voters. You're probably not going to change the mind of the no voter, so find the yes voters and make sure they get out to vote. And we can't tell them how to vote, but we can certainly ask them to go vote. And I remember making phone calls, finding the list of voters who hadn't voted yet on the day of the election, and sitting down and calling those voters and saying, hey, can you get out and go run up there and do that? And we had all the administrators making those calls. We had some teachers volunteering to make those calls. We were working with the foundation on that as well to make sure those things pass. So it's all out front and a pretty comprehensive process on that. And then with sinking funds, we have we've gone out to renew sinking fund millages along with the ISD enhancement millage, non-homestead renewals, refinancing. So those things are part of my repertoire of experience as well. Our sinking fund's unique because we've been, it's just under $1 million, but about half of that is for replacement of our athletic turfs. There's 2 athletic turfs, artificial, with all the beads. And so we wanted to ensure long-term that we would be able to replace them when they expired. And so that sinking fund has funds that are clearly dedicated to that in itself.
Can
Did
you
I
tell
cover
us a
it?
little bit more about your work with the
Foundation.
foundation too? Sure, thanks.
Absolutely. So the East Grand Rapids Schools Foundation is an integral part of our success, and I dare say that without them, I'm not sure that we would exist because of those budget cuts that we talked about. The foundation has filled a hole for us. They did a fundraising campaign. Our executive director is amazing. How she raises money and builds those relationships with people, but they had a capital campaign and raised our endowment to $12 million. They spin off a significant amount of money every year to us just for programming in and of itself. So we pay for paraeducators, we pay for curriculum materials with those donations. And then they support and celebrate and honor our teachers through grants, and they help our students through those grants. And so it's just an amazing organization, and I have the utmost respect for what they do. And also personally, I also respect them because my mom started the East Grand Rapids Schools Foundation back in 1980 something. She was a school board member at one point, but saw the need to enhance a district and knew that the funding wasn't going to be in place to do that. And so every time I work with the foundation, I have that little piece in my heart. And so foundations are near and dear to me in that respect. So I would have every intention as the superintendent to be a close partner with the foundation. And in my role as assistant superintendent, I relied on the foundation for significant curriculum needs. Our K-5 literacy program is almost completely funded by the foundation in terms of the units of study reading, the units of study phonics that we're using, the benchmark assessments we're using, all funded by the foundation. So I'm excited to work with another foundation that I hear is quite strong as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jenny, we have a very,
It's that, see, there you go, darn it.
we have a very talented and very experienced group of leaders in our district. How will you help take advantage of that talent experience while inspiring inclusion with that leadership team and motivate them to embrace your leadership style?
I think working with an administrative team, a leadership team, might be one of my favorite aspects of being a leader in a school. The people that I've worked with in the high school, we affectionately call them admin 1, admin 2, admin 3, because the composition changed a little bit, but they're an integral part to the decision making, and we can't do our job without them. And so I would have every intention of including them in decision-making process, because they're in charge of their school. They know what they need, they know what their students need. I can't make decisions regarding those things without their input and understanding. And they have access to all the teachers and understand what the teachers need. So they're an important and integral part. So I would immediately begin building relationships with each and every one of those individuals. And on a personal and a professional level, one-on-one meetings, understanding what they need, how I can support them, what barriers are in their way, and be able to leverage their strengths. So that's something that I try to do in my role now. I'm in charge of leading our district leadership team meetings and that team, and I supervise and evaluate our building administrators and our directors. And I look at where their strengths are, where their interests lie, and give them opportunities to lead in those areas. So one of my elementary principals does a great job with literacy, and she's really good at scheduling and logistics. And so when we have items of those interests, we let them run with that and lead and trust them to do that. I have another principal who's quite adept at handling conflict and difficult conversations, and so often turn to her for guidance or to give their responsibility for supporting others in those situations. I also, in terms of empowering them and having them follow my leadership, positional leadership only lasts for so long. If you don't prove that you trust them and that you have integrity and you allow them to do what they need to do but support them, you won't get very far with your team. And so our team is amazing. It'll probably be, if this were to come to fruition, one of the most difficult parts of leading East Grand Rapids is those people.
Thank you.
Jenny, could you share with us some practices, key things that you would establish and maintain to maintain a good working relationship with the board, community members, and parents?
My hope is that we would work as a team together at all times, and that would start on day one. We would have to have that governance model and understand the norms that we would work under, the roles that we would each have, communication protocols and processes. But I would want to get to know each of you as individuals, why you're sitting on the board, what your priorities are, how you want to work together. So that would probably start with a conversation with the board president, and then work through each and every one of you. And then that's ongoing though. That's not just a one-time, I'm new, let's talk, but that would be an ongoing process over time. And other communications, board updates to keep you informed, to answer questions. I would rely on you for the eyes and ears of the community that you're out and about working in, and being able to have that feedback and understanding on that way. So those good working relationships start with knowing each other and knowing what to expect and how we go about working together. With parents, it's being visible, accessible, and approachable. You need to be where everyone is. You need to go where they are. And that means where all are. It doesn't mean only go to football games. It doesn't mean that's the only place that people see you. You need to be where the students are and where their families are, and get out in those particular places. I think transparent and frequent communication, inviting people in, or going to them, they won't always come to you, so you have to be active in reaching out in those capacities. And community members and engaging in those, you really have to think of where those partnerships will be beneficial, and who is it that I need to be speaking to, and who can help us, and how can we help others, and developing those connections. As a new person in the community, I'd be relying on all of you to point me in who are those key community members and the key communicators in the district, and then I would reach out to them and making sure I was meeting with them, building that connection and that network, and that goes for beyond the community too. I would anticipate surrounding communities in Benton Harbor and Lakeshore and within the county would be places that I need to be and connected and have outreach to.
Thank you.
So just an update on time. We finished 10 questions, which is about 40% of where we're trying to go, and we're a little past 50 on the time.
Okay, I'm gonna go fast.
No worries.
Oh, you're doing
I'm
great.
just giving you that heads up.
Feel free to skip questions.
We've
Just
tried.
the hard ones.
We've tried.
You want an equitable
Or if
process.
you want me to pass, I'm happy to do so.
You manage your time as you see fit. All right, so if you could describe your leadership experience with diverse constituents, social, cultural, economic, and tell us how you've worked to develop some educational equity and cultures of inclusion.
So on the surface, when you look at East Grand Rapids, it looks, I'll just be honest, very white. And it is majority white, but that doesn't mean there's not diversity present. It's maybe not obvious from just looking with our eyes, but when you listen and learn about their experiences and their culture and their religion and their backgrounds, there's an immense diversity and tapestry within East Grand Rapids. And so my approach has been to do just that, is to learn people's stories and to learn where that diversity is and to leverage that. Because we lack that obvious diversity, it's important for our mission in terms of preparing global citizens in the world that our students are exposed to diversity and understand how to work within diversity. And that was a big impetus for the International Baccalaureate program that we brought forward at our high school. Although it's a program that addresses the junior and senior year, the concepts and principles in the International Baccalaureate program are all about diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're all about social emotional learning and the development of the whole child, and the instructional approach that's integrated into that, and the curriculum and the multiple perspectives of it can influence all the courses and all the teachers, regardless of whether you teach IB or not teach IB. So that program, which we like to say it's IB for all, even though you might not be getting the certificate itself or the diploma, you're still impacted by that. And so that was a specific example of my work in including diversity concepts and people into our decision making.
Jenny, provide us with an example of a time in your career when you made a mistake or potentially chose the wrong direction and were asked to take corrective action. What process and communication plan did you implement, and what was the outcome?
Right before Thanksgiving, our health department at about 2 o'clock on Friday said, all elementary schools have to have their desks seated 3 feet apart. And we were like, we're done. We don't have our desks seated 3 feet apart. We have cohorted, we have HEPA filtration, we have cleaning material, we have masks, we have smaller classes, but we don't have desks 3 feet apart. We've removed desks, and but we still didn't have that. And so November was a tough time. COVID had really taken a toll. It was on the upswing. We were having some closures. We were having higher cases in our community. We were tired. We were really tired. And when that came out, we were just all deflated. And we were talking, and we're like, we can't do this. We're going to have to close until we can figure this out. So we made the decision to close, which was against our vision. I mean, our vision was to have in-person learning to the maximum extent possible. And right after we did, so we communicated out that the following week we wouldn't be in school, and that we had to figure out how we were going to accommodate this guideline. But immediately when we did it, we knew it wasn't the right decision. So we stepped back and we said, okay, we got the weekend, we could make a change, and we brainstormed how we could make 3 feet seated, desks 3 feet apart. We didn't have enough desks. We did not have enough desks in our district. And the assistant superintendent finally says, we can get desks. We're just going to call Rockford, and we're going to call Grand Rapids, and we're going to call Kentwood, and we're going to see if they have desks. And so he got on the phone, and darn it, if he didn't find, hundreds of desks, and we had a pickup truck, and we were collecting those desks. And then people were in the buildings on Saturday assembling the desks, putting them in the classrooms. We took one day off on Monday so that the teachers could come in and arrange their classrooms and get ready for the kids, and we were back in business on Tuesday. So it was kind of a disappointing moment, but then it really came to a positive result in the end.
Thank you.
Jenny, can you tell us about your experience in the development or implementation of an educational change or reform that you initiated and that had improved the success of students?
I came into my position right now at the time the read by third grade legislation came out, which required intervention, literacy coach, and more intensive support for our early readers. And so it was important to create a literacy program that was going to impact all kids. It couldn't be just a student here, a student there, but it had to be a tier 1, the base level for every student. And then we needed a program that added layers of support on top of that. And so I worked with, we have a model where we have curriculum implementation teams. And so I worked with our literacy implementation team that includes the teachers on that team. And we talked about, we learned the legislation, we learned everything that was required, what needed to be done, and brainstormed how to create a literacy coaching position when we had no money, more reading intervention. And this change is still in process, but we have created a K-8 program that is aligned vertically and horizontally from kindergarten to 8th grade and across all 3 buildings at every grade level. And we've used research and best practices behind that literacy program. We have reading intervention in place. We have, there's many different components to literacy, and we were focusing on maybe 3 of those and not all of them. And so we had to go out and get more resources and training and other kinds of interventions besides the one we were using. So trainings, people in Orton Gillingham and Haggerty and other things, I don't use all those words, but that was a change that I think had the greatest impact on the most number of students and creates a foundation for their success later.
How have you been an effective communicator? And could you give some examples? Also, what are some of the key strategies and tools that you would use as a superintendent to communicate with various school audiences? So that includes your teams in-house and outside the district, or outside the admin building.
Okay? For effective communication, it first has to be transparent, because that builds trust. If you leave things out or you don't do it in the right way, people will question your honesty, and so you have to be transparent and open in your communication. You need to be timely, because if you delay, people are going to make their own story, and it might not be the story that needs to be told, or the information that needs to be out there. It needs to be ongoing and frequent, and what I love about the communication style that we've been using, it's collaborative. I have a Google Drive with hundreds of communications to parents related to COVID. And the superintendent and myself and our other assistant superintendent, when we have to communicate, one of us starts a doc and we all go in there, and we all have our different writing style, but that combination of how we write ends up getting pretty robust. So sometimes we lack the emotion, and so we tell them to add a little glue into that, and then, do this here and do that there, and hopefully we get a clear communication of that. But that collaborative effort really makes sure that we're not missing pieces and parts with that. So those are some examples of just how we go about that and what your communication should look like. But that's more written communication. There's many more different kinds of communication than that, and so being visible and out in the community and touching with different groups and stakeholders, going to PTO meetings, being at booster meetings, going to events where you're seeing people, those are places that you can communicate and you can share what's happening in the district. You can celebrate our teachers and our students, and you can gain feedback and understanding and input and know what's on the hearts and minds of the people out there. So being out there and doing those things is really important for that communication. Externally, That's some external there, but even going beyond the school district itself, it's just really leveraging relationships with people. And again, I would rely as a new community member on individuals who have lived here and know other individuals and those connections, and then build and nurture those from there out.
How have you and would you set priorities to address the needs of academically struggling students while also addressing the needs and dreams of high-achieving students? How do we meet the needs of all students?
There's differences in students, yet there's no differences in how we should address every one of them. We need to address every one of them, and that's having a breadth and depth of opportunities and experiences, interventions, and supports. So knowing all the different needs of the students, assessing those needs, identifying gaps, and then working towards providing opportunities for those different groups. So for low achieving students, do we have right classes in terms of support? Is our curriculum supporting them enough? Do we have interventions in place that go to support those students? And the high achieving is, what are we doing to enrich those students? How can they go beyond what we have to offer? Direct credit, dual enrollment, an IB program, AP classes, honors classes, and making sure that kids have access to those as well. We've done those things in East Grand Rapids. We have extracurricular and academic programs that reach any interest you can think of. And we have support programs in place as well that support kids socially and academically. And so it's just having that breadth of opportunities and that depth and understanding the needs and continuously monitoring that so that you are continuously meeting all those needs.
Jenny, my next question just follows that a little bit.
Okay.
So I feel you have to duplicate again. The many quality programs that St. Joe offers are so important. Our fine arts, our CTE, our robotics, similar to East Grand Rapids. How would you develop curriculum and opportunities for students that equitably meet the needs of all students while maintaining that high quality throughout all programming?
So with curriculum, I think it's important that we have to assess our students to understand, to know where they are. And then we need to say, where are they compared to the standards that we have? And where are those gaps between their performance and our standards, on what topics and what places, and develop curriculum and instructional approaches that fill that gap. So that sounds really easy, you know, where are you at, where do you need to be, and this is how we're gonna get there. But that's where all the complexities come in, and you have to make sure that the interventions and the supports you're putting in place do actually meet those needs. And then you have to look at the other side, the high ones, and where are those opportunities. And it ties into the previous question. And so it's just that monitoring of needs and that continuous process so that you're always building programs that meet the needs of students. That might mean some programs go away and other ones come in, but you just have to keep through that process so that you're tending to every student's needs.
Excellent, thank you.
Jenny, can you tell us about your community and volunteer activities and how the collaboration between the district and community works for you right now?
In East Grand Rapids, the school is the community is the school. Like, there's often no distinction in that. So when people say East Grand Rapids, you think of school, you think of community, it's all one and the same. So much of my community involvement has been because it's a school or a community event, they're kind of one and the same. And so just attending the events and activities of both the school district and the community. We have a very close relationship with our city. We have what's called a joint facilities agreement, and we share funding and maintenance and support of a variety of facilities, from our pools to our fields to our tennis courts. And I've been involved in that relationship, and the sustainment of that relationship was very positive. Volunteer work has stemmed more around school events as well, besides, you know, supporting a a running race or a triathlon as a fundraiser in that, but the school's foundation does so many events and activities and played a role in volunteering and supporting those. The families invested in that as well. The community foundation put a pickup truck, a big box truck in our middle school parking lot this summer as part, when they were having a big garage sale to raise funds for the COVID crisis, and people could bring their cans up there. My husband ended up returning 17,000 cans.
Oh my God.
I kept going home, like, where are you? He's like,
That's a
liar,
full-time
liar. I didn't do that personally, but it's a community effort, and my husband was engaged in that process as well, so that was pretty admirable of him on that end. But I have every intention of being engaged in part of the community, and have done that in East Grand Rapids, and would not let that piece of my life go.
Thank you.
Jenny, how have you evaluated and targeted professional development to improve teaching and learning, specifically with an eye on diversity, equity, and inclusion? And how do you measure the value of professional development?
So, we identified a need in East Grand Rapids to have professional development around diversity, equity, inclusion. That became a priority. We knew we need to remove barriers to that and train and equip our teachers and our students and our administrators to have that piece. So the restorative practices piece that I spoke to earlier in the interview, in which we want to integrate all those philosophies and practices to be part of that. We also have provided implicit bias training to all our teachers, and healing an institute through an area college called Healing Racism that our teachers have attended. So we have directed resources and dollars and time into that. And so identifying a priority by a PD priority comes from the teacher evaluation process, that curriculum assessment process, so you can see where teachers have needs and the gaps, and then fill in from there. How would I evaluate the effectiveness of that PD is also through that teacher evaluation process and observation. We would have indicators of what good teaching is, what good practices are around diversity, equity, inclusion, and then we would work to identify that those are being implemented and put into place. And if they're not, we need to do some more PD. But that would be an intentional effort, that working with building principals and evaluators to say, are you seeing these things being done? Are you celebrating them? If they're not being done, are we providing the support so that they can be done?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I'm writing my notes. How have you structured your time to be available for staff and district families while staying on task with the daily duties and responsibilities that may be behind your desk as a school leader? And how much time do you spend in each of your district schools, in the classrooms, and then out in the community?
Okay. That's a never-ending balancing act with that. I always felt guilty as a high school principal. I need to be out more, I need to be out more, I need to get in the classroom because there's some crisis I'm dealing with over here. So it's always a balance, it's always a challenge. First of all, you need to be uber organized. You have a really cool Google Calendar with lots of colors and stuff to organize that. You need an awesome assistant who can take all that stuff and then even make it efficient for you. So if the assistant knows that you're gonna be at X building for a meeting, your next meeting might be at X building, or coordinating that so you have those efficiencies within the schedule. Also, it's important to delegate. It's the superintendent's job to manage those day-to-day responsibilities, but it's not my job to micromanage those and actually do them. But I wanna support others who do it and give them the resources to do it and trust them to do that. So delegating appropriately would be important in that aspect. As the assistant superintendent, and you work in that separate building, you have to be deliberate and conscious about going out into the building. So I do sometimes try to find opportunities where if someone wants to meet, I'll volunteer to go to the building so that I get in the building and do those things. When we have professional development in the building or we're doing learning labs, I want to come and participate in those learning labs and be in the buildings from that level and end. And then going to the events that are happening throughout the school day, whether that be a play, a musical, an assembly, a speaker, attending those and being part of those. So it's intentional, you have to be thoughtful with it, and it's a hard balancing act.
Thank you.
Tell us about your experiences and ideas for engaging students and families in setting priorities for building a more equitable school environment.
So visibility, accessibility, approachability, those are key. You have to do it in non-traditional ways because not everyone can access an email. Not everyone can access coming to the meeting. So remove those barriers. How about transportation, childcare is being provided at a meeting or during parent-teacher conferences. So we get those families in when they might not normally been able to be in. We've been creative in seeking input from the community, but we know that not everyone has access to that. So we don't just send emails, we send text messages, we send hard copy letters, we make phone calls, and if we don't get it that way, then we might even call someone we know that knows them and they can call them. So you really have to dig down to get to everyone's needs, but little things like that that make the schools accessible and welcoming and inviting allow all families to come and be part of that. And we need to invite them in. And if they're hesitant to come in, we need to understand why, and then we need to address that and remove that barrier for them.
What specific processes have you used with new students in your district, whether it be school of choice kids coming into the district or new families moving in, to introduce them to the district and then support them during that transition?
When I see new student, I think of all the different people that they're gonna touch and communicate with. So they're gonna communicate with the community, with parents, with teachers, and with students. So how can we get each of those 4 groups to reach out to those new families? So when a new family comes in, we learn about who they are and what their needs are as a family, and we might be able to recommend agencies and organizations or individual people to support them in whatever challenge or struggle or transition that they're working with. For parents, we leverage our parent organizations, our PTOs, our booster groups, and we have people reach out to those individually, those new families. And we've held new parent coffees and new student orientations from that end. The teachers and the students, or the teachers and the administrators and the actual school building, need to reach out to those families as well. So through those new student orientations, the building principals contact them, creating programs to connect to a specific teacher or a specific coach that they might have a need for. So getting those direct connections. And then of course the students, that's really important to have the students come in and be ambassadors and to serve as the face of that welcoming. So if we're gonna have a new student orientation, we're gonna have our students be our current students be part of that to welcome them in and to support that action. I always made sure that we engage the student as quickly as possible, because the more they're engaged, the more successful they'll be as a new student coming into a community. If they don't get involved and they don't become part of something, that's gonna be challenging for them to integrate into community. So if they're coming in as a senior in high school, we have a senior retreat in early August for all our seniors. We wanna make sure they have the information or connected to that so they can attend that event to get them kicked off the year. We ask them about their interests and what extracurricular things they might wanna do, and we connect them with that coach or that advisor or that teacher that does those things. So those are some of the ideas.
Jenny, what are 3 important, potentially creative ways to meet our students' social and emotional needs as we come out of the pandemic?
One thing that that I think is really effective for meeting social emotional needs is have students meet each other's needs. So creating those, at the secondary level mostly, but creating organizations and clubs that tend to social emotional needs, peer-to-peer, conflict resolution, a diversity club, those types of activities, and having that variety and having kids involved to help each other and support each other, that'll have incredible impact on students who are struggling with those pieces, and an acceptance and an engagement. We're being really creative with our budget and our elementary schedule and reworking, as I told you, so that we can create space for social emotional support and adding in social emotional curriculum into that support in a very sequenced manner across that time. We have to partner with other organizations. They have services and expertise that we often don't have as a school, maybe because of resources, but it could, we just don't have them in place. And being able to leverage those other organizations and opportunities that are out there and bring those into our school. We're part of a grant for human trafficking, for labor trafficking and sex trafficking, and that is a way that we've leveraged area agencies and organizations in our ISD to create a social emotional support that frankly I didn't really know we needed, but after learning about it, we do. And so just leveraging those different things and becoming part of those will create a comprehensive wraparound approach for our students.
So as we started, I commented on how important and critical our function is in hiring the superintendent. And so I have a very direct question to you here, which is, tell us why you are the right person to be our superintendent and lead our district at this time.
I've done every role that I'm gonna lead in. I've been a student, I've been a coach, I've been a parent, I've been a paraeducator, I've been a community member. I have been a teacher, an administrator, all of them. The only thing I haven't been is a board member. And so I understand all those different roles and those perspectives, and I understand the challenges people face in those roles, and the barriers, but also the joy and excitement that they have in those roles. And so because of that breadth of experience, I really feel strongly that I'm a more thoughtful and empathetic leader, and that I think sets me apart in one way. My work ethic, it's probably a problem. I am committed to the work, and I will do what it takes to get the work done, and I will do it with people and not tell them to do it. I spent a little bit too much time at our district offices this summer, but it was worth it because we were able to achieve that vision. So I will have an undying work ethic, and I will work side by side with every person in the community. Those are the two things that strike me as distinct differences to maybe some of the other candidates that you have.
Great. So we are at that point. Question number 24, we're going to turn the table and let you ask us any question or questions you may have.
Okay. I spoke earlier about the board resolution of your diversity and equity inclusion commitment. And I'm just curious how that came to fruition and why you took that bold step.
Happy to answer that. Enjoy talking about this topic, and our board is unanimous in the belief in that vision and that topic. And it really started shortly after I became board president, and there were some dialogues between myself and Ann Carden, our superintendent, a couple ago, and some things she was doing with our Black students at high school level and learning that was going on, and a fishbowl project and things like that. We're realizing we really do have a problem with not necessarily connecting as well as we need to and supporting as well as we need to all of our students. Mm-hmm. And it started from just some very basic conversations and then grew to some diversity and equity training that we did as a board, just to make sure we're all on the same page and feel comfortable with these terms and issues, and we are, and were. But where we got going to the resolution was forming a task force last summer. Obviously, much of the summer was focused on how do we teach our kids in September, and a reopening plan, but simultaneously we were talking about creating a task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That was formed and kicked off in August and included students. We have four students on that task force. And there were just some really interesting conversations with administrators, myself. We had some outside experts on that task force. And we met regularly in the fall, and it resulted in the resolution being adopted. I felt strongly that as we start this work, we as a board needed to make a very strong statement so that as we asked our superintendent and the administrators and the teachers and the students and everyone else to do the work that's required to see that vision through, that everyone knew we as a board had their back. And so that board resolution was the start of the process, but it's not just a piece of paper that we're posting on our website. And we're now in the process of working on a strategic plan at the beginning of a strategic plan. Our new leader will hopefully come in and be able to help us with that. But we're not waiting for our new superintendent to begin that strategic planning all around an equity lens and an equity foundation to all of the decisions we make.
Excellent. Because I do have kind of that close connection with the foundation and the concept of a foundation, can you speak more to what you would expect that role and relationship between the superintendent and the foundation to be as you move forward?
Yeah, Rick, you want to address that as a foundation board member?
I'm on the foundation board also, so
Excellent.
I will address that. I think it is a very close relationship. I mean, it really is, the foundation is there to support this district. It's there to support the students in this district, the mission and vision of the district. The foundation board is interested in what is happening on a day-to-day basis. And what are the needs? How can we help support what the administration in the district sees that needs to happen, that we can move forward? And so I think it is really just constant communication, constant talk about, I would say the foundation is part of the administrative team in a way, right?
Yeah.
Obviously not officially, but unofficially. The foundation board chair probably is going to know as much about what is going on and what the needs are as most of the other administrators. So it is there, it is to support, it is to be a fundraising arm of the district, and to really support in every way possible. So the relationship has to be and will be very strong and consistent.
Thank you. In the effort of time, I'll conclude my questions.
Do you have a longer list?
No, I could go on. But
I appreciate that. There may be other times for some of this. So number 25 would be an offer to you to make a closing statement, closing remarks.
That'd be great. As I sit here, you naturally wonder about the other candidates. And I assume that they have probably a similar skill set, similar knowledge. One of them might have a PhD, there might be a couple sitting superintendents. I may have not had the title of superintendent, but I've had the privilege to work in a small district and to work hand in hand with my current and past superintendents to do the job of the superintendency. I collaborate with the board, I build the leadership team, I supervise all the building principals and directors, I run the preschool child care center, I lead in the areas of facilities, finance, communications, human resources. We don't have those individuals in positions, so we do those roles. But what distinguishes me from those other candidates is I will be a home run out of the park superintendent for you. I will be highly effective, not just effective superintendent. And what really separates that highly effective from an effective superintendent is the individual's fit with the organization. St. Joe is clearly committed to excellence. It's clearly a place of high expectations. It embodies high academic and personal standards. It strives to grow and develop, and it partners with its community and its parents to do that. And it's a place where the school and community are one and joined together to serve the students. I share all those values with you and with St. Joe. And I see that as a perfect match. And I was very thoughtful and deliberate in choosing to apply to St. Joe because of that match. Because I did feel that to be in place. But what also distinguishes a highly effective from just an effective superintendent is an ability to leverage people's strengths and to see the challenges in front of us as opportunities for growth, and to lead a change process that's collaborative in nature. I have the skills to do that, I have the experience to do that, and I'm ready to do that for you in this district. This is not a school district that needs to be fixed. There's great success here, there's great things that have happened here, but even great schools can get better all the time. Michael Jordan can get better. Tiger Woods can get better. They're the best, they're the top of their game, but they can still get better. And St. Joe can too, even though it's a great place. And I want to be part of that journey with you. And as I spoke to before, I will work harder and smarter than anyone else. I will do that for you. I've applied the strongest work ethic, and I have no intention of letting that up at this point in my career. And as I said, last summer tested that work ethic, but through that I realized the power of working smart, working hard, and working together, and what you can accomplish in that endeavor. So I believe that I have the skills and the knowledge and the experience and the ethics and the fit to be your next superintendent and to be that highly effective, out-of-the-park, home-run superintendent. And I am so excited at the opportunity to partner with you to shape that future here. So I thank you for the time. It's been enjoyable. I hope I didn't take too much time. And I would welcome the opportunity to continue this conversation in further steps in the process. So thank you all.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, we can sign off just for a few minutes while we take a break.
need more
Good.
space. Well, not that I'm ever gonna need this again.
I hope not. Yeah, Brian, you said we had about 60 people on this morning?
Yeah.
About 60.
Great.
Good.
That's great.
I should have reminded them about the Google form. Maybe people didn't, maybe we have some new people, so I should have commented on the Google form.
Well, I had Brian add the link right to the Facebook, or not Facebook, the YouTube page, so.
Haven't reached there yet.
Well, but it's got an ice machine.
Morning, morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
See the things he notices, he walk in, the ice machine.
That's an operation.
I would like, yeah, that's right, I would like to introduce Mr. Rene Sanchez to you. He comes to us from the South Bend School District, where he serves as the Assistant Superintendent for Operations.
Great.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome, Rene.
My pleasure.
So, welcome to St. Joe. Overheard you had a little foggy drive up from
Yeah.
South Bend, but now the sun's out. We're happy to be doing this in person. We have an owl sitting in front of us, and about 60 people from the community are online watching through our YouTube channel. And so, welcome to St. Joe and our online interviews. I'd like to briefly describe our process for you just as we get started. We've got about 25 questions to ask you over 75 minutes or so. If we get a little behind, I'm asking question number 11, and I'll let you know where we are in the process
Thank you.
at that point. Toward the end, I'll give you an opportunity to ask us any questions. That's question number 24 if you have any for us. And question 25 will be if you want to make a closing statement, you have that opportunity as well. All right?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we know, and we are fully appreciative of the decision we have to make, a very important decision as a school board to hire a superintendent. And we know that the job of a public school K through 12 superintendent is a humongous and unique job. And we have the obligation for our school, our kids, and our community to make this really important decision and hire the right person for this time in our school life. And so we are excited to have you here, to be a part of this process with us, and look forward to learning a bunch more about you over the next hour, 15 hour and a half. So with that, let's get started. I get to ask the first question. So we've had the opportunity to review your application and materials that you submitted as a part of this process. Our online audience has not, so they know much less about you here this morning. At this point, I'd like you to briefly review your background for them and describe why you're here interviewing for this St. Joe Public School Superintendent job at this point in your career.
Well, thank you very much, President Bear. Very nice to meet all of the trustees today. So I guess let me start by why Michigan and why St. Joe. So my uncle, who's my mother's brother, when he came back from World War II, there weren't a lot of jobs where we're from down in South Texas. And there were a lot of jobs opening up here in the Midwest. So he moved up to Flint and Lansing and worked in the factories there, eventually went to work for the state of Michigan. My sister in the 70s, after she graduated from high school, also saw some jobs up here, so she moved up here and lived in Flint for 25 years. So while I was going to school at Notre Dame, I would board the train at Niles, and I would take the Amtrak to Flint for all of the short vacations, or whenever it was that I wasn't able to fly home. So Michigan does mean an awful lot to me and to my family. We still have lifelong friends that live in Michigan. And so there's the Amtrak train now. So that's, and plus I'm going to be very distracted by the beautiful day that's going on out there as well. And so the other piece is just by looking at the geography here, it's such a beautiful place. to reside, and everybody that I spoke to or who has spoken to me about this opportunity has said that is an absolutely wonderful place to raise a family, for a wonderful place to live. So that to me means an awful lot, that, you know, sometimes even unvolunteered recommendations have been coming forward about how wonderful this place is. Now, my background is that when I graduated from Notre Dame, I returned home again. There weren't very many jobs. So the main jobs that were available were in the school district. So I became a teacher, and then realized that I wanted to become something more. Because while I was at Notre Dame, I wanted to become a lawyer. So I went ahead and followed through with it. I know this is going to make some of the audience and some of the people at this table somewhat unhappy, but I do have my law degree from Ohio State. And so I do have that. And so as a result, that has kind of, it colors the way that I think about the world and the way that I think about my role as eventually a teacher, a principal, assistant principal, now an assistant superintendent. So I have that background that makes me make sure that I'm doing things correctly and by the book, and that's the part of the process that I enjoy. So most of my work, or all of my work except for South Bend, has been in Texas at progressively larger institutions. So first in the Valley, then in Austin, and then eventually back in Austin, and then most recently in Houston, where I ran a school that swelled up to the size of 3,290 students. And while I was there, I also helped coordinate the vertical team, which of 9 schools, that I think we were around 15,000. So that's who I am and why I'd like to be here.
All right. Rene, how have you led your district through the pandemic, and what have you learned during the last year that you believe will change K-12 education going forward?
Thank you. That's a very good and very contemporaneous question. So there's a couple of things. So one, I was fortunate enough to lead transportation even before the pandemic. And so during that process, I was asked, what can we do to improve transportation? This was early on in the school year before the pandemic. So knowing that in my previous role in Houston, I'd always wanted to be able to take Wi-Fi hotspots to apartment complexes and other places where we had students who didn't have access to broadband. I felt like it was important that we should be able to put it on buses. And so that way students could ride home, do their homework on the way to school, do the last second homework, which is, you know, sometimes I used to do. And then also, if you're an athletic student, or if you're in athletics or in Science Olympiad or something like that, you could use the internet on the way down to continue to prepare. And then the other big one was to make sure that on weekends or in the evenings we could take buses to apartment complexes so that way students could get their work done. Sure enough, everything is deployed, and boom, the pandemic hits. And then how are we going to get students to get onto our LMS? How are we going to get them to do the homework that they need to do to continue to keep going? So on this, because we had these buses, these 20 buses ready to go, on the second day of e-learning, we had the buses deployed. And that is held true all the way, well, it's still true now. We still have the Wi-Fi buses deployed. We upped it from 20 to 40 the next school year, and thanks to the recognition that South Bend has received, that we've received enough grant money to put Wi-Fi on all of our buses. So that's number one. Number two is, within the realm of human resources, there are employees within South Bend who, if there's no work, you don't get paid because they're hourly employees. So we had to make sure that we would lobby and write the policy to, first of all, keep them paid through the original shutdown. And then during a couple of times this year, we had to make sure that they received an average day's work of pay, even though they weren't able to do the same amount of work that they were doing before. And then lastly, even though we recognized that the federal government wasn't going to extend the FFCRA right away, because there was going to have to be some sort of legislation passed, we as a district made sure that we extended it through the end of the school year So if you needed to quarantine, you needed to isolate, or if you still needed a little bit of time with your children whose schools were closed, that you could receive that time. So we made sure that our employees were looked after and our students were looked after.
Rene, what do you believe are 2 or 3 long-term challenges facing K-12 education? And how do these challenges affect St. Joe? Specifically, how would you, in your background, address those skills and address those issues?
I love this question because I like to think long-term. So what I would like to do as a superintendent here is to think about, okay, so you've decided to bring your student to us for pre-K. What's the world going to look like when they're in 12th grade? What's the world gonna look like when they're graduating from college? If we only look at, okay, so this is what it's gonna look like this year, and then maybe we're looking at what they're doing at primary and then middle and then high school and all that separate, that's not a really good, that's not the best way to provide for that student who's taking the chance on enrolling with us. So that's how I approach issues. Now, getting back to the first part of the question, so the challenges. So one, the pandemic has laid a lot of truths very bare for what is going on in education. The inequities for some students not being able to access, whether it's broadband Wi-Fi, even food insecurity, or even just the way that teaching goes on in the classrooms. Those are things that have to be looked at in the process. What can a school district do to not only take care of students who are within their care, but also collaborate with the county, the city, the state, even universities, so that way they make sure that these truths are things of the past, that these inequities can be addressed, maybe not necessarily, right away, but they are addressed over time. Because that pre-kindergarten student, if they're having food insecurity or their parents don't have a way to plan for them to be successful in school, that's our role. But it's not just us. We have to make sure that we are working with as many entities that are willing to listen, so that way we can provide for those students when they graduate and they become, essential parts of the community as well.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rene.
Good morning.
Could you please tell us what budget development process you use? And how have you ensured that funding is committed to success for all students?
So the funding is, I guess, funding really tells the community who we are. So by wherever it is that we spend our money, since the funding is a system just like instruction, what we value comes out in what we fund. So it's important for us to make sure that we look at our budget from the point of view, well, what needs are not being met currently? And if we can continue to, if we can fund those needs and fund them well to take care of the students or to take care of the buildings, then, okay, there's not much that we have to change. But if we're unable to do it because we can't move money that is protected because we're worried about we're not worried, but we have to take care of our debt service or we have to do other things with that money that is committed, then we're gonna have to find a way to cover those things. And we might be able to do it in 1 year, we might be able to do it in 2 years, but that needs assessment piece is critical. And part of that needs assessment piece is making sure that we're talking to all of the stakeholders involved. So is this really a need or is this a want? And if it's a want, is it really a need in disguise? And so that's the piece that I think is really important to make sure that we're having those either one-on-one conversations that extend into larger stakeholder meetings, so that way we have the ability to say, okay, we've listened to as many people as we can listen to, and this is turning out to be really important, and we're not handling it right now. So we have to make sure that that budget process is transparent, is available for people to be a part of, and for us to make sure that once we have our needs aligned, that we can share it with everybody so that they understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you.
Rene, can you tell us about a couple unpopular administrative decisions you've made, including one related to a specific budget cut, and how you handled the reaction to those decisions?
Okay, so let me start with one that's not necessarily related to a budget cut. So, when I was a young principal, actually it was in my first year, I was leading some professional development with with my teachers on trying to build identity for a school, because we were a new school and we hadn't had the opportunity to really bond as a faculty, because we'd always been part of another school. And so in the process, I decided to show them a clip from the movie Miracle. And so, great movie, but the problem was that as a new leader, I didn't provide the context, because the way that I approach things is I like to kind of think of things at the 30,000 foot level and then reflect upon it. So I realize now that when you're providing and you want people to do that reflection, you should put some sort of context into place. So I showed that clip during Miracle where the coach is having them skate back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until they're literally throwing up because he wants them to say, who do you play for? And instead of saying they're University of Minnesota or Boston College, he wants them to say USA or the United States. And so when I gave them the opportunity for feedback, the teachers were just unhappy, because they thought they were thinking, well, oh, he's gonna work us like that, he expects to be in charge, he's gonna, so it took a lot of kind of walking that back and then trying to celebrate how it's so important to provide that kind of feedback so that way we can all grow. So that's number one. Number two is with regards to a budget item. So in transportation, we've had a lot of overtime in place, and much of that is due to the fact that we still use time cards that are handwritten. So we went through and created a process where the time cards go through several levels of review, and we started tying their actual routes that are in the computer to their sign in, sign out, things like that. And as a result, in the first year, we were able to cut overtime down 60%, and now it's gone down another 50%. And some of that, of course, is due to the pandemic, but as a result, we've been able to save money. And needless to say, it is unpopular, but it was something necessary that we had to do, so that way we can use that money in other places at the transportation department.
Thank you.
Hi, Rene.
Hi.
Could you tell us a little bit about your impressions of our climate and culture here at St. Joe Public Schools, and then talk to us a little bit about how you've worked to improve the climate culture in your district?
Okay, thank you. So I want to thank you, first of all, for passing the resolution on inclusion, diversity, and equity earlier this school year. I think it's very much an important step for St. Joe to have taken, to have come out as resolutely as you did. And so now that gives the board and the school district a point at which to start, not just having conversations, but actually to put things into action. And so, so that's number one. So I appreciate that too. I mentioned earlier that of the people who I have spoken to, they are very big fans of St. Joe, and I have yet to hear necessarily any kind of bad words or any kind of impressions about St. Joe. And so I'm excited about that. And I'm sure there'll be a conversation about it later. I do have a concern, and it's right now, it's not about the kind of the atmosphere. I just want to get to understand the achievement gap issues, because I don't necessarily, it could just be that I am focusing on a test to tell me how that's, to tell me that stuff, and we can have the conversation about that if it comes up. But the idea that the achievement gap is a test, and if we want kids to become great test takers, I don't think that's what St. Joe's about. So we can have, that's another thing. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the other part of the question about my district?
Yeah, and so can you tell us a little bit about how you've worked to improve or enhance the culture and climate in the districts that you've been involved with previously?
So let me start off with Houston. So in Houston, or at my campus, we were 90% free or reduced lunch, over 3,000 students. When I arrived, there wasn't much of an identity. We didn't have a very strong CTE program, and we had some advanced placement courses, but it was kind of loosely confederated, if you will. So in just a couple of years, we went wall-to-wall CTE programs. So we created 4 different pathways, and students were enrolled in we designed the master schedule to make sure that you had 3 content area teachers and your CTE teacher along the same, so you had them all the time. One other thing that we did that I think I got yelled at a lot for is that we created a first year of studies, very much like Notre Dame, so that way the 9th graders would come in, because they came in from multiple 8th grade, multiple middle schools, so they didn't necessarily have an identity coming into us. So in 9th grade, we would make sure that we would teach them as well as we could and enlighten them as much about the pathways as we could, so that way they would know which one they could pick. Because, again, it's a master schedule nightmare if they decide to change. Oh, I don't want to be in that program, I want to be in this program. Now we have to change more than just one class. So we also, one last thing about Chavez is that we also added International Baccalaureate the following year. And so so we created at Chavez, we were diploma authorized. We graduated 8 IB diploma graduates in our first graduating class in 2019. The first graduating class of the career program International Baccalaureate will graduate this year in 2019. We were being part of the vertical team. My middle school decided to do middle years program, and one of my elementary schools decided to do primary years program. This gets back to my long range futuristic thinking. So first diploma grads 2019, career program grads 2021, middle years program all the way through 25-26, and PYP, MYP, and then diploma grads all the way 25-36. So making sure that all those students were taken care of. And why that's important is because when I arrived or when we started this, if you can imagine Houston being the Houston School District being the face of a clock, there were no IB programs between 12 and 8. So now there's more, but we were the first ones on that side of town to create that. In South Bend, again, being head of transportation, I was able to see how we had some issues with special education transportation. And so because of those issues with special education transportation, I looked a little deeper, and it was turning out that we had several students on midday, going home half day, going home quarter day. And so once I brought that to the attention of the curriculum, the CAO and the special ed department, they started looking into it too and began to see that, yeah, these students are not participating in the least restrictive environment if we're sending them home half day and their IEP doesn't really call for it. So as a result, we now have things in place to make sure that those students are receiving their education in the least restrictive environment.
Hi, Rene.
Hi.
What strategies have you used or would you use to recruit and retain diverse and talented teaching and administrative staff?
Oh, thank you so much for this question. That's actually, we are working on our strategic plan in South Bend, and that is the #1 thing on our on the HR category of things that we need to do. So #1, within South Bend, we've had to our most diverse group of teachers are our youngest teachers. And so, they're the teachers that are newest to the district. And so, we are making sure that we are providing them with extra training, and extra access to, jobs as it comes open, especially right now during staffing season, as other positions come open. So that's number one. Number two is that we've changed the way, even though it's virtual, and it's actually made it a little bit easier for us, is that now that we can attend more virtual job fairs around the country, particularly at HBCUs, particularly at Hispanic serving institutions around the country. Thanks to our superintendent, we've made a strong connection with Chicago State. And so we are creating a pipeline of teachers to come to us from Chicago State, which is an HBCU. Then the last piece that I think is wonderfully important is that we've had quite a bit of equity training over the last 2 years. And one of the things that has come to us is to ensure that at the beginning of every interview, at the top of our questions that we have the principals read to applicants, is our equity statement. So that way, the teachers who are interviewing know that that is at the forefront of what we're trying to accomplish within the corporation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I found it interesting that you referenced the clip from Miracle. I played the same clip to our staff before, and I thought that I did a better job of introducing it to them, that it was more effective than you said, but I'm not sure now that you. Anyway, could you describe your experiences managing facilities and district operations? We know that that's a strong part of your resume here, including any bond and sinking fund expenditures as well.
Okay, thank you.
And also, if you've had any contact with the foundation and involvement with your local foundation?
Yes, I definitely can. So let me start with operations. So that's, so within operations, you mean like transportation and food service?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So that, I would say that my contact, well, transportation, I oversaw it. And in fact, last year, I not only did my job, but I was also the interim director of transportation at the same time. So I guess I supervised myself last year. So, but that's an accurate statement. So
Give yourself a good review.
I don't know. Yeah, well, we can talk about that later. So that piece, having been a high school principal as long as I was, that part of the world gives me brand new respect for bus drivers and paraprofessionals and the people who have to sit there and do that master schedule of routes that get students from the different parts of the district to our schools and any place else that they need to go. It is a choreography that I don't know how it gets done every day, but it does. And so I just have the ultimate respect for that body of work. And so, but getting in and seeing how the sausage is made, that's the part that I got to learn, as far as making sure that people are, that they're treating the students well, that we're treating the employees well, that we have our buses up to code, how long is it taking for our buses to get fixed, and then making sure that everybody gets paid on time. So those are all the different pieces that have really enlightened me over this past year, and I will make sure to spend as much time getting to know it here as I can to make sure that everybody gets treated fairly. But during the pandemic, that added a different kind of learning as well, because we had to make sure that we got, that particularly transportation and food services were able to work together very closely. Because we actually transported food to multiple distribution sites and sometimes even walked it up to apartment complexes' doors and delivered them to people. So that piece is just showing, will remind me that when we have a crisis, that it can be accomplished, it can be done. Now, as far as my familiarity with buildings and grounds, so my building and grounds in Houston was 27 acres. The building itself, I walked it every morning, and it was 1.4 miles from beginning to end without any kind of doubling back. And so, because I got to do that, like I mentioned earlier when I had that comment about the ice machine, I see everything now. It's because if I notice, I have to be able to notice, is there graffiti? Is anything different than it was the day before? And fortunately and unfortunately, that's how my mind works. So that being said, one of the things that I've learned from my current superintendent, Dr. Cummings, is he has an extremely high standard for how the building should look. We should be able to provide the buildings that the students deserve. So that means if that means landscaping, if that means painting, if that means, carpet or terrazzo tile. So that's what the students deserve. And then, so the part about so I was part of the referendum group, so being the assistant superintendent. So we had to make sure that we provided communications after the workday, and then we went and we spoke wherever it is that we needed to speak in order to make sure that the community was aware of it, and part of the planning process as well. Now, as far as and we were able to generate, we were able to pass both questions at nearly a 60% rate. So we were very thankful, and that's given us an extra infusion along with our CARES funding to be able to support a lot of things that we needed to do, because we had a lot of deferred maintenance on our buildings that we'd kind of been putting off, and so now we're able to take care of that. So the last piece about, there was one last part that I haven't addressed.
Foundation.
Oh, foundation, yes. So I sit on the Junior Achievement Board in St. Joseph County. And so we've been working closely with the foundation to become kind of partners, so that way we support what the South Bend Educational Foundation is doing, and they support what it is that we're doing. And so Dean Moore, who is our foundation director, he's part of our meetings on a weekly basis. And so we make sure that we stay in pretty good communication. And currently at this point, I am a superintendent circle donor to our foundation. So I end up giving some, I'm not gonna say the amount, but it's okay. It's a good amount. So that would be something that we need to make sure that as a superintendent, that I work closely with the foundation so that people are aware that the foundation supports a lot of the actions that take place here, a lot of the activities that maybe the school district is not able to take care of. And so to be able to provide scholarships and other materials to teachers.
Rene, we have a very talented and experienced set of leaders here in our district. How will you take advantage of that talent and that experience and inspire inclusion within your leadership team and motivate them to embrace your leadership style?
Oh, thank you. So right off the bat, I am a member of 2 mentoring organizations, national mentoring organizations that I'm working, and 1 state organization, and I'm trying to found one or establish one in Indiana. So I am very cognizant of the people who have helped me with my career. And I'm so thankful for them to have imparted onto me not only their wisdom, but many of their leadership styles. And so what they've done for me is taught me that it's important to be a servant leader, but then also to share the leadership as well. So one of the things that's really important to me is that, yes, I'm the superintendent, I will have a lot of things that I need to do, but it's important for me to buffer the leadership at the campus level from having to deal with a lot of stuff, because they're the ones who are doing the heavy lifting. Just like principals need to buffer their teachers from a lot of stuff, because they're the ones who are doing a lot of the work, and they're doing the face-to-face interaction. And the quote to me that I took a leadership class at the UT Macomb School that the professor cited on a regular basis is that leaders move furniture. And he got this from a tech CEO, because the idea is the tech CEO is doing all of this work over here so that way his salespeople, or his or her salespeople, and the engineers, they spend their time doing what they need to do because they're the ones who are actually making the money for the company. So that's number one. Hopefully that I can impart that. Two is the distributive leadership is making sure that I'm providing opportunities for the talented leadership of St. Joe, whether it's here in the community, either working with me so that they can shadow me and so that they can become superintendents or above, but also to give them the place where they even extend the respect and love that the community has for them already, make them even more endeared. Because St. Joe is fantastic, but wouldn't it be great if St. Joe was also always recognized statewide, even recognized throughout the Midwest, or even nationally? And then the final piece is, and this gets down to your question about inclusion. So the final piece of my leadership comes from there. It's just making sure that we recognize that everybody comes from a different place. So my parents were both born in migrant labor camps in Texas. Their families commuted back and forth from what's called the coastal bend in Texas all the way down into Mexico and back. And eventually they settled kind of near the river in a town called Edinburgh, and they met. When my mom moved from Nordheim, Texas to Edinburgh, she was so small. She was so small that she fit inside her mother's size 4 shoebox. And so she didn't have me till I was 40. She didn't have me until she was 42. And that's in the 1970. So she was born in 28. So there's a lot of things that suggest that I shouldn't be sitting in front of you here today. I am a very small percentage of the population, even if I was a Latino, even more so being a Latino. So as our leaders interact with our students, our teachers, whomever, they need to recognize that not everybody comes from the same place. Not everybody's from St. Joe. Not everybody went to college. Some people have a much harder time getting through daily life, especially now after the pandemic. So we have to make sure that we're taking that into consideration as we do our everyday line of work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rene, could you share with us a few things that you would do to establish and maintain a good working relationship with the board, the community, and parents?
Yes. So as I've become more, and as you move up from teacher to principal to district leader, the world gets a little bit smaller. And so one of the things that I really miss about being a principal, and this held true recently because we had a Myers vaccination clinic on Thursday at one of our schools, and we were able to vaccinate about 1,000 teachers and others. I got to stand on my feet from 8:15 till 6 p.m. that night. The previous time that we had it, it was from 8:30 till 9 at night. And the reason why that gets back to that walking around the building 1.4 miles a day, and that's important to me. And what's important is making sure that I'm able to interact with people, because I believe that my strengths lie not so much in being able to address thousands, tens of thousands, but being able to have that quality interaction in small groups and the quality interaction individually. And so for me, it's going to be about presence, it's going to be about visibility, and being able to have those conversations that are going to allow us to address the issues that are happening in St. Joseph schools, but also to have that time in between the conversations that allow me to be able to reflect and reach back out to make sure that I've answered all the questions, or if I've had any additional ideas that could be of pertinence to whatever was raised.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, clock check. we're, right around 50%, maybe a hair over 50% of time, and through about 40% of the questions.
Okay.
So this is about where we've been. The first 10 tend to take a little longer. We do a little better on the back 60. So we're doing fine. You've touched a little bit on some of these areas, but I'd like you to address your leadership experiences working with diverse constituents, social, cultural, racial, economic, and tell us what you've done to work to develop educational equity and inclusion across the board.
Okay. So I'll start with Chavez again in Houston. So as a school, it was 85% Latino, 10% African American, and 5% Vietnamese, and with a little bit of other sprinkled in. Even though we had Texas went through a time, and it's still Texas and Houston ISD went through a time where they were under-identifying special education and hardly ever identifying 504. And so we had many students who were expected to receive Tier 1 general education, but potentially had other issues that were not being addressed. And so being at the end of the continuum of high school, or at the of K through 12 schools, that meant that they were coming to us without receiving any kind of additional assistance the first 9 years of their schooling, and then they come to us in grade 9, and we're having to address everything. So when I arrived at Chavez High School, there were no co-teach inclusion classes. There was resource classes where kids were either assigned there and that's all they got. They had one teacher to teach them all the subjects. Or they had something called support facilitation, which was the teacher kind of went and checked on them, and then that was about it. So there was never an opportunity for them to be in the least restrictive environment. So my first year, even before we had to, again, rearrange the master schedule to make this happen, is that any course that was taken or any course that was going to have a state test in it, we made sure that we took those special education teachers and aligned them with, put them in as co-teachers. Because one, we wanted to be compliant, and then two, we wanted to make sure that first teach with a certified teacher is always going to be the best Tier 1 general education, least restrictive environment possible, or FAPE, if you will, free, appropriate public education. So that's one example. Eventually, we were really lucky. We came across a grant for Universal Design for Learning, and what that allowed us to do is originally we said, oh, this is great. This is going to support our inclusion, our co-teaching practices. But and then we found it, we applied for it, and we won it. The first year was a little rocky because the people who were coming in to help us with it saw it as, no, it's not just co-teaching. For the first year, we realized, no, it is co-teach. So what they were trying to accomplish with their goal was for everybody to realize, no, there's really no reason to treat any student differently if you plan for them in the beginning. So think about designing a building. If you design a building for just some people, that means you're going to have to go back and retrofit it later on, and it's going to end up costing you a lot more. However, if you take into account the geography, you take into account who's coming into that building, and you design for those folks, even the ones who may come into the building, and you start putting things like ramps in there, or elevators, or other very calming colors in the classrooms, then all of a sudden, you're not having to spend that money after the building's already been built. So if you apply that same kind of thinking to education, that's what Universal Design for Learning is. It's this idea that if you design for everybody, including those in the margins, and you make sure that you're taking into consideration, how am I going to engage them? How am I teaching them the standards? And how they are going to show me that they learn the standards, you do that from the beginning, then you don't have to do as much tier 2 and tier 3 catching up in the process. Which, by the way, ends up saving you money, because you have, if the teachers are planning on the front, you don't necessarily have to tutor and intervene on the back. So we did that for 5 years, and it was after the first year when I went to Baltimore, Maryland, and saw it in schools there, and then I saw it in Columbus, Indiana. That's when the light went off, and that's when everything that I do now is colored with inclusion, diversity, and equity. It's this idea that if we get it right the first time, we don't have to go back and fight over it again. We don't have to go back and pay for it all over again. So, is that, okay, thank you.
Right. Can you provide us with an example of a time in your career when you made a mistake or went down the wrong path and were asked to take corrective action? What process and communication plan did you implement, and what was the outcome?
So there was again, this was another program that was built on the shoulders of equity. We had, at Chavez, we had about 150 kids who were more than 2 years behind in credits. And we wanted to design a way that we could help them graduate either in 4 years or 5 years, just to get them into a position where they could graduate and come to school and be successful. So we designed it so that way we knew 150 kids, that's a typical teacher, a typical teacher load in a secondary school. So what I did is I carved out 4 teachers, 1 English, 1 science, 1 social studies, 1 math, pulled them out to serve those students. I teamed up those students with a social worker, a half-time assistant principal, and the grad lab coach, the person who does the credit recovery. So that was 1 unit, along with our at-risk administrators who are going to be looking after them anyway, because to make sure that they come to school. So that group of people looked after this body of students, and that was all well and good until you started dealing with how are they going to earn the credits, and why does it seem like some of the credits are being earned faster than others? So there was a question raised by the district, well, what are you doing? Are you giving credit when credit shouldn't be done? So they went ahead and we said, please come check out what we're doing, and then and they didn't really find anything. I did get written up for something, but nothing really ever turned up, even though they said, just be careful that you're doing this. So the corrective action that I did was, from that point on, I made sure anything that we did regarding credit recovery, I presented it to my supervisor and said, this is what we're planning. Can you check and see if the computers are going to like it? Can you see if curriculum's gonna like it? Can you see if there are any other issues, any other groups of people who may think that it's not sufficient?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Rene, you may have answered this already in some previous questions,
Yeah.
so you don't have to repeat yourself, but can you tell us about your experience in the development and implementation of an educational change or reform that improves success for students?
Okay, so I'll focus on CTE this time.
Okay.
So we were fortunate that my superintendent, Terry Greer, filed and got a Race to the Top grant just for Houston ISD. And so by doing that, he empowered the principals to say, what is it that you want to be able to offer to your school as far as career pathways? The school had already had a few pathways, but they were dying off. But the building was built around the time that smaller learning communities were all the rage, or at least one of the times that smaller learning communities were all the rage. And so there were these pods already built in with a whole wing dedicated just for CTE programs. And so when we created that system where we paired content area teachers and their CTE teachers, we put them in those pods. So by them being able to set aside a couple of times a week where they not only planned, they also made sure that they identified students who were not being successful, who were not coming to school, who were not getting good grades. And they were able, that group called the families and had meetings with families if the behavior or the incident didn't change. And so for that piece made a big difference in the life of those kids because it kept them in that program. To give you an idea of how proud we were of what we were able to accomplish with that model. And so this is Houston, right? We're literally just skipping a jump from Hobby Airport. We had the 6th largest FFA program in the state of Texas with nearly 650 kids. We had, I think at our large, we were showing 19 cows, and then by the time I left there, we were averaging about 12 or 14 veterinary assistant certifications a year. That was on par with many of our our rural neighbors. One of the reasons why we didn't have more is because we didn't have more veterinarians in the area. What we did have in the area was pharmacists. So thanks to a wonderful relationship that we had with Walgreens and with Walmart, by the time I left, we were producing 50 farm techs a year. So to go from 0 farm techs in, I guess it would have been like as late as my 3rd year to 50 each year was just amazing because the kids really loved it. And these are hours that they have to get outside of the school day over the course over 2 years, but they did it. And so right now, I would like to think, given all of the clinics that are going up, they're making some pretty nice extra cash while they're enrolled in college because they're having to work these vaccine clinics. So I'm very happy. And that's the kind of stuff that changes generations. So if we can get students to realize that this is a good thing, now not only will they have a better life for their children, but they're actually going to likely be able to take care of their parents as well.
Rene, hi.
Hey.
How have you been an effective communicator throughout your professional career? Can you give some specific examples that would highlight those? And what are some of the key strategies and tools specifically that a superintendent should use to the various school audiences?
So within my role as a principal, every Monday morning I would send out local lore. So for 6 years I would send out local lore to let the teachers know what's going on, what's important, either coming from the district or and even as much as like these are the things on the calendar, whether they were fine arts or athletics. And so that's number one. Number two, every other week I would hold something called paletas with the principal, so that popsicles with the principal. So that way I would go into the finance office, wheel the popsicle machine from there to our small auditorium, and then just set up shop for usually about an hour. If anybody had any questions, or if I had something to present, I would sit there and, we'd have people just come and eat popsicles and say, how's it going? But just having them have that opportunity also defrayed from the ability, it's like, we can't ever find you, even though I walked the building every morning and I did lunch duty every day. Third is, I walked the building and I did lunch duty every day. So that if people wanted to know where I was and they had something that they needed to ask, I was able to have those small, intimate conversations with not only faculty, but also with students. And so that was the critical piece for me, was being able to, when you have 3,000 students, you're not going to know everybody's name, but you're going to know everybody's face, and usually everybody's haircut. So the next thing is every month I held something called Coffee with the Principal. And so that way, not only was I the one speaking, but I made sure that I had my curriculum people speaking, I had my attendance people speaking. We would always invite a community representative to come in and talk about anything going on in the community as far as like vaccinations or domestic abuse, things like that, so that way parents were aware of it. We averaged about anywhere from 40 to 80 people. that's where we built our foundations for our International Baccalaureate. They always knew what was coming up, because we got them there. And it was great because all of my feeder schools, they all had coffee with the principal, so when they came to us and we had it, they were ecstatic. Now, as a superintendent, there are many, many more means. Those are some that can continue. But then there's going to be making sure that I communicate with all of you on a regular basis, and that'll be both as weekly updates, phone calls, emails, things like that. But then getting out with the community, it's gonna be important for me to work with whatever body that we have right now for communications, to make sure that if people appreciate the way that's being done now, continue that. Otherwise, make sure that we get out there and we film a lot of the things going on so people have evidence. Oh, this is going on, at Brown, this is going on in Lincoln, this is going on at Clark, Upton, or at the high school. They need to know about it. It's really important. We can highlight some of the great things that are going on with some of the activities, and then ask the community, what more is it that you would like to know?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I want to ask about setting priorities that allow a school to successfully meet the needs of academically struggling students as well as academically high achieving students, and how you do that and meet the needs of all.
Well, it's really important to know who your kids are. I love this question, and I think we could spend an hour talking about it, so I'm gonna try to have to be precise. So, as a school district, we have to decide what it is that we want to accomplish. This gets back to that question is, are we focused on making sure that we are going to do well on the state tests, or are we gonna focus on improving the quality of the life of our students? So if we're gonna focus on taking the test, it's gonna be really important that we know exactly what standards are going on, when they're being taught, how they're being taught, and making sure that we are making improvements over the course of time. If students need that progress monitoring, whether it's in reading or it's in math, we're gonna have to make sure that not only is that being accomplished, that it becomes an essential part of our evaluation system. However, if our goal is to make sure that testing is just one of the data points for measuring whether we're enriching kids' lives or providing that intervention, and we've got other things that we would like to measure, then that's something that we would have to design ourselves and come up with essentially like a St. Joe's index. What does a graduate look like? What does a teacher do? What can an administrator do? So in Houston, we created the global graduate, the global educator, and the global administrator, that profile. And so by taking that profile now, you can say, this is why we're doing this. The Michigan tests and the SAT, the PSAT, they're all extremely important because we want you to do well. And these are measures that the state looks at to provide us our fundings and to tell the world that we're an A school district. Over time, we don't know who's coming to St. Joe. I mean, there's families here, and I was looking at the demographics. There's not, for the amount of population of people who are 20 and older versus the population of 20 to age 5, it seems like there's kind of a trough right now. And so if that's the case, there could be more students. And actually, the good thing is 0 to 5 is bigger than 5 to 10. So there are more kids coming, which is great. But it's this idea of we have to be prepared for them. And the only way to be prepared for them is to have this profile. We don't know what the tests are going to be, how long the M step is going to be here. Will we ever move to the SAT? Those things can change. But if we have a profile of what it is that makes a great St. Joe citizen, a great St. Joe student, that's not going to change. We just have to figure out what the inputs are. Because we know what the outcomes we want to be. We want citizens who are going to look after the community, who are going to look after their family, who are going to look after others. And that's the important thing. So once we're able to decide what our outcomes what are the outcomes that we want, then we can determine what the inputs are and what the activities are, so that that way we can meet their interventions and we can provide all the enrichment that we could possibly need.
Rene, this question kind of leans into that same question.
Yeah.
We believe in the quality of programming at every level, including our fine arts, CTE programs, robotics. How do you develop curriculum and opportunities for students that equitably meet the needs of all students while maintaining that high quality demand in our programming?
Again, that's a beautiful question. So let's look at, if we want our students to participate in the fine arts, we want our students to compete in FIRST robotics, if we want our students to do these, even compete in athletics, let's look at what is preventing them from participating in those things now. Is it time? Is it resources? Is it traditional biases? There's lots of things that could be, or is it not enough spots? What is gatekeeping at the point of which we want them to enter and be able to participate? Then we can work backwards and figure out, oh, well, they're not joining the band in high school because there's not anything really available to them early on, or we're not providing them the ability to have an instrument that they can take home in elementary. I mean, based on the data, there's 33% of the population is on free or reduced lunch. That does and can put some, gates up in front of being able to participate in things, because things as simple as, oh, I can't get to practice because I have no way to get home. There's no way for me to participate because there's only club sports available, and I can't afford the club sports. If there was a different youth league that didn't cost that much, maybe I could participate. So most of that, at least at the upper level, that's something that we might be able to control and provide support and provide resources and money for them to be on it, but they haven't had the preparation. So if you wanted to walk into the band and say, I want to be in the marching band after the first year, but maybe there's already been a lot of training going on in the middle school, and you couldn't do it because your family wasn't of the proper means to have lessons or to have an instrument at that time. Now you want to be in the band, it may not work. That being said, at least in the fine arts, I have experience in developing a fine arts vertical team where over the course of 3 years, we went from 22 different fine arts activities to over 50 in just 3 years. So it's recognizing that maybe we have to partner with organizations like orchestras or symphonies or ballet or dance companies or theater to get the students interested in it, so that way they can know that they want to do it. Because they may not know that this is actually a really cool thing until they try. And now they know that it's something that's missing from their life.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Rene, can you tell us about your community and volunteer activities and how you have used those to make sure the district collaborates with the community?
Yes, I can. So in Houston, I was part of, probably the thing that I was most a part of was it's escaping me. So it's an organization, the Houston Community Advisory Panel. So the Houston Community Advisory Panel is a group that would meet with all of the neighborhoods surrounding the 5 multinational petrochemical companies that bordered my attendance zone. And so we would meet monthly, and we would collaborate to make sure that is something going on? Why is that thing flaring up so much? Why is they would communicate with us if something was going on, and they provided us a lot of support when we needed it. So if we needed to fundraise for something going on at the elementary schools, we could do that. They provided us several of the companies provided my school with scholarships on a regular basis. So we got along very well there. We also had as this was more of my school being partners with others as opposed to me being a part of a partnership. So every year we had a partnership breakfast. We had 2 by the end, so that way we could tell all of our partners, the people who put money, like the Houston Marathon, the Houston Ballet, the Houston Symphony, the colleges, everybody who was in Houston who was helping out my school, we invited them to a really good breakfast. And we would share everything that was going on. We allowed them to network so that way they could build their networks and find what points where they could interact together. And so it was kind of like our own little chamber of commerce that we would invite in to show. So we did it at the beginning of the year, where are we going? And then at the end of the year, we would show them the data of how they helped us out tremendously. So in South Bend, I've been able to do a little bit more as kind of as my own citizen. So I sit on the board of junior achievement, I mentioned that earlier. And within there, I'm on the executive committee and on the golf committee. With the Rotary, I'm a member there, and I'm also on the golf committee. So I like golf. Then I think most critically, this particular semester, I've been volunteering at the St. Joseph Hospital in Mishawaka, serving as a kind of an intake person for the vaccine clinic. So I'm doing that 2 or 3 times a month, whatever they need. And so what was really fortunate is that because I saw what that looks like and how it's done, that when Meyer approached us to do those 1,200 shots, I was able to say, this is what it looks like, this is how we have to organize it. And sure enough, both of them went off without a hitch, totally smooth, because I knew what to expect as soon as we had people walk in the door. And so, I guess that's, thank you.
Rene, how have you evaluated and targeted professional development to improve teaching and learning, specifically with an eye on diversity, equity, and inclusion? And how do you measure the value of professional development?
Oh, great question. So this takes us back to the budget question as well. It's like, what do you value? What is it that you're truly valuing when you're providing teachers the opportunity for extra learning to become better teachers? So at my school at Chavez and currently in South Bend, we're very much supporting literacy, because it's critical that our students are able to read from a young age, so that way they can get to the point where they're actually comprehending and being able to be successful, not just in their reading classes or their ELA classes, but in every other subject, because reading is the core to everything. So how do we, okay, could you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. So how have you evaluated and targeted professional development to improve teaching and learning, specifically with the lens of DEI? And then how do you measure that effectiveness of that PD?
Okay, great, thank you. So we knew that, based on data, that as our kids were coming in to high school, that about half of them were reading at the 4th grade level, and about half of them were reading at the 8th grade level. Of course, we had some people who were reading really well, and others not reading very well. So that's why we aligned literacy to our most important piece. But then we also made sure that we really taught our teachers how to look at data, because part of the literacy piece was, well, that was just one measure, or you were only looking at one point of data at a time. So we added both the PSAT and something called Renaissance 360, so that way we had the ability to look at their state reading score, their PSAT reading score, and their Renaissance 360 score, so we could triangulate and make sure that if they did well on 2 of them but didn't do well on 1 of them, maybe they don't need as much help. But this way, we trained the teachers how to do that, so that they have the ability to say, okay, so I need to provide extra interventions for this set of kids who didn't do well on 2 or all 3. So that is, I guess that's the first thing, is making sure literacy and that teachers understand how to review the data. Now, how to make sure that something is effective is you're gonna need the feedback from the teachers. Is what you're learning valuable? Is it something that you can take and use in your classroom the very next day? Is this something that is building your strengths to be able to communicate with your students and have your students perform better? Because if we're providing professional development where it's gonna take them an awful long time to be able to influence the classroom or to be able to serve the kids that they're needing to serve, then we need to make sure that we are providing things that they can take the next day and start working on that achievement gap. And start making sure that our students who are at the top of the academic food chain, that they're even going further, that they're not just the best in St. Joe, they're the best in Michigan, they're the best in the United States. And so, because as a school district, our students deserve the absolute best school district that we can build and provide. And professional development is one of those keys that we shouldn't be providing it if it isn't getting us to the outcomes that we want.
Thank you.
Rene, as a superintendent, you have everyday responsibilities and duties, as well as the need for availability for staff and district families. How much time do you spend in the schools, in the classroom, in the community to be available for all that you need to do and be available for?
So my goal would be to set aside chunks of days or days that is what I do. That, because we already have board meetings, there's gonna be time that I'm gonna have to prepare for the board meetings, so that'll be dedicated time. But at the same time, much like professional development and much like budgeting, since I value the interactions with teachers and with students and with the community, those are gonna be on my calendar. So that people will know, well, he's not answering his work phone. Well, yeah, he's not in the office because he's elsewhere and he'll get back to you. So it's critical to be able to, of course, as long as the principals don't mind me just showing up, but it'd be better to know, but it's not like, oh, I need to walk in and I'm gonna do walkthroughs and I'm gonna judge. It's gonna be a lot more, hey, can I do bus duty with you? Can I do lunch duty with you? Can I greet parents with you as you start your day? Because that'll be able to have the students will be able to see me, the parents will be able to see me, be able to have those casual conversations, those informal conversations where I'm getting that, that kind of interim data about who the district is and who I am as the superintendent, so that if that data comes back that we need to work on stuff, then I'm getting that right from the get-go, and I can say, hey, I was at Brown and this parent came and said this about, this thing that we do. Can you tell me more about that? Is that a historical thing? Is that something that more people want to change, or is this something that this person doesn't particularly care for and they have an axe to grind? Who knows? So those are the things that I believe are critical, is having those really small conversations, so that way I build kind of my big background of data that I can come ask for your help whenever I need to.
Rene, tell us about your experiences and ideas for engaging students and families in setting priorities for building a more equitable school environment.
Oh, thank you. So with families, if there are already, and I'm sure that there are, if there are already parent committees, whether they're PTAs, PTOs, or something else available at the school level, I'd like to be able to at least visit with them bi-monthly or every other month. So that way I can be able to hear what they need at their particular school. If they have any issues revolving around diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, as far as students go, what I'd like to be able to do is create a student senate. I did that at Chavez, where I had usually many of the leaders of different organizations from within the school. We would meet on a monthly basis, so that, of course, I offered pizza, but I don't know if I would do that here. But that got them to come. But I met with, captains of athletic teams, the drum majors, members and other club leaders. But I specifically asked and was able to recruit some of our students who didn't come to school on a regular basis. Because I wanted to be sure, why aren't you coming to school? Are there things in place that are preventing you from being successful? And so that kind of interaction between, the valedictorian, salutatorian, and somebody who never comes to school was always really interesting to see and told a lot. Because they usually got along extremely well. And so when that was the case, maybe there are practices and systems that are preventing us from preventing some students from being successful. And the only way that you can find out about that is when you talk directly to the kids.
Thanks.
Rene, what specific processes have you used with students that are new to your district, whether it be school choice kids coming in or just new families moving into the district, to introduce them to the district and then support them with the district?
So I can speak largely to just, what I've been able to do at the school level. So my school was we was an extremely dense school attendance zone. But we were a magnet school because we had all of those CTE programs that we were supporting. So when they would come in, particularly around the time, at the beginning of the year, we would have a separate meeting for the magnet students that were coming in from everywhere to kind of acclimate them to all of the different opportunities that they had. We in fact had a magnet enrollment day, kind of like a college signing day, but as soon as they signed on the dotted line that they were coming to us, we processed them all the same day, and we had events for them. The other piece that we started was kind of our own little magnet fair that we called Lobopalooza. And so we had all of our, it's funny. So we had all of our, like our band and our athletes. It was kind of like what you might have been able to go to in college and had like a club sign up, because we wanted to figure out who was coming and give them the opportunity to see performances, to meet kids individually, have those conversations, so that way they could decide whether or not Chavez was the place for them to go to school. And so that interaction allowed our coaches to kind of start meeting with those particular individuals right away. It allowed us to increase the numbers in our band and our theater and other things like that, because they were able to talk to kids rather than just adults. And then finally, there was, I don't know to what extent school choice is allowed in the middle of a semester, in the middle of a year, but when we had, there was a time in Texas when certain students would be not asked, well they would come back to their home school, and so when they would come back to their home school from being at other schools, we would have, and it was over the course usually of a couple of weeks in November, we would have the conversation of welcoming them in, giving them a schedule, but also making sure that they were on track to get their credits for that semester, and if not that semester, the semester after. And it was important for me to be a part of those conversations, so that way they would recognize that, oh, this is the guy that I'm going to see at lunch duty and at the end of the day, and the circle drive. So, you're welcome.
Rene, could you describe for us three, or a couple anyway, potentially creative ways that we can meet the needs of our students socially and emotionally as we come out of the pandemic?
Oh, that's one I hadn't thought of. So, well, I guess let me speak to the high school level first. So at the high school level, it would be really important, especially as you have ninth graders coming up from 8th grade, that there's a way for there to be a mentoring process for the juniors and the seniors to look after the incoming ninth graders. Because they're gonna need that help. And at the same time, the 11th and the 12th graders also need that grounding because they've went through the same thing as the ninth graders. But it's something that can be built upon and strengthened over time, so that way they have the ability to create this mentorship, menteeship environment that they're gonna get through it together. So the other piece would be to make sure that what does the community actually need? So this might be something that the county and the city and the school district work together. What are the families needing at this time to be more whole? What have you gone through that you need help with? So if you're part of the 20 to 25% that are renting houses or apartments here in the St. Joe district, you may have had to give all your money over because now, the rental aid is gone. And so, or you've been able to kind of not have to pay power. So you're going to be lacking some resources. So it's important for us to find out what load can the school district take off of families' back. Do we need to continue to provide food security to some of these families that are insecure so that they can get on their feet in other ways? I think going into next school year too, and this is just good practice, but I think it should be emphasized. The first 3 weeks of going into next school year, there should be less emphasis placed on getting back to school like normal, as opposed to, yes, we are going to be doing our regular school things, but we need to heal. We need to figure out, we need to build those relationships again. And I think educators really need to build them again. And to put the pressure on them from the get-go. Nope, it's back to school, you're gonna be doing homework, you're gonna be doing testing, you're gonna be doing all those things for 7.5 hours a day. That's a lot of pressure. I think building those relationships so that people have the ability to recognize, yes, I'm back at school, but I have the people that I need to lean on. They're here for me. And I want to make sure that teachers have that ability to build those relationships early on, so that we're not saying, nope, you got to get to this standard by this date, otherwise X. No. Again, if you design it right from the beginning, you're not going to have to be adding things on at the end. So if we were using a lot of time to review at the end, well, we don't need all of that review time anymore because we did it right from the beginning.
Thanks. As I introduced this session, I commented on what an important job we have of finding the right superintendent, right person for this job at this time. And I want to ask you, our last question to you, a very direct one, which is, can you tell us why you're the right person to lead our district at this time?
I think it's a good question. So I think this is also part of what I would normally use in my closing statement. Mm-hmm. So when I first left the classroom, I became a college counselor, and then because I wanted to continue my leadership as a principal eventually, I went back to school. And when I took that job, I was asked to oversee all of the college counselors in Austin ISD. And so even though it was called a coordinator, and I oversaw all of the Michael and Susan Dell Family Foundation money in Austin at the time, it was really difficult for me to explain to my parents, particularly my father, what my role was within the district. Because he'd had both, he had a son who was a teacher, and he had a daughter-in-law who was a teacher, and he was very familiar with teachers. But the concept of a central office person was kind of beyond his understanding at that point. So we'd had many conversations, still couldn't figure it out, and then finally, I had the conversation with him, and said, look, Dad, my role is to help people like me and people who are worse off than we were when I was growing up, help them find financial aid, help them find scholarships, and help them get into college, kind of like I did. And so, kind of like you did help me, because he graduated from high school when he returned from World War II. And he took a few classes, but that's all he had. My mom went to school, finished at third grade, because she had to take care of her little brothers and sisters, because she was the oldest daughter in the family, so it fell to her. Fortunately, my older brothers went to college. My oldest sister went to college. And so my dad understood what that meant. Now, when I broke it down like that, and I said, look, Dad, it's really about making sure that everybody has equal access, or at least has some kind of access to going to college. And it's really a matter of civil rights. And so I don't know if you've noticed, but every now and then I have to lean back and look up, and that's how I process. And so that's also, I don't know if I got it from my dad, but that's what my dad does. So he looked back and he processed, and then he smiled. And when he smiled, it was at that point that I realized that he understood that what I was doing was not just teaching, but I was also making the world a better place for kids like his kids and his grandkids. And so I see my role here at this time helping you with that diversity, equity, inclusion, which is to an extent a rewording or a modernizing of the term civil rights. So our job is to make sure that we are giving all students the best possible school district that St. Joseph can be. So that means aligning the inputs, making sure that we know what the outcomes are, and producing that for every student. And so, that being said, and bringing up school choice, we don't know who the students are going to be. But the most important thing is that the second that they enroll with us, they're our students. So once they become our students, they deserve the best that St. Joseph has. And I'd be willing to help us figure out what that is.
All right, question number 24, turns the table, and allows you to ask us any questions.
Okay. So, and this can go to any one of you or some of you. What do you love about St. Joe, and what keeps you up at night? About St. Joe, not about, like, you know, clowns or anything like that.
I've answered a lot of the questions.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be quiet for a second to see how they do.
Okay.
I'll take a stab at it. Rene, I think what I love about St. Joe, and you kind of hit on this earlier, is that our school is at the center of our community. And everybody in this community pours into our school in one way or another, whether it be through the foundation, serving on the board, PTOs. The school is really at the center of who our community is and the fabric of our community. Honestly, I think some of the things that keep me up at night is some of the hard work that we're about to embark on with diversity and inclusion and equity, and some of the very difficult conversations that are going to come in this room and in our community about that work. You know, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it, and I think the county is looking at us as leaders in this work, and I'm excited to embark on it.
What makes me the most proud is the quality of education that we provide for the kids that come through here, and the way that we prepare them to be great adults. And with that challenge, that's what keeps me up at night, is that we will not be able to deliver on that in some way, in part with the diversity, equity, and inclusion piece, but not limited to that, you know, educating the whole child and making sure that they are ready for that adventure as adults. that's a big responsibility for us that we have to achieve.
Well said. I would just echo that. I'm so proud of that high quality, but even more so that from the teachers and staff and administration, they don't rest on those laurels. They understand that there's always room for improvement, how and who and what we do, who it touches, and our commitment to that, and folding into that DEI piece, that it's not just something we think we should do politically or socially, that we've seen the difference when we miss the mark of every kid. And while it's been a quality and important focus for us, that we are seeing more and more ways, whether it's through the pandemic or other things, that we could do those things better and with better depth and integrity, and that we want to commit to that. So there's not a misunderstanding, as Carrie referenced. I think there's sometimes some struggle with that process, but we want people to understand why we're doing that and come along with us in that process.
I stay up at night, when I stay up at night, and it's not very often because I am a fantastic sleeper. So I should say, what I think about when I'm awake and worry about are those kids whose needs we aren't meeting fully. And that disappointment that I feel for a whole community and our kids where we're missing the boat in some ways, and excited about trying to make a real difference in meeting whole children and all children. I'm also very worried about having the funding decisions, and be able to do that really well takes money. And it's going to take some really hard decisions in this room about setting our priorities and what is important in order to continue to meet the needs of the very high achieving, but also improve programming across the board so that we meet the needs of all kids. I had another one. Oh, lately I've been thinking a lot about when I'm awake, and have in fact lost some sleep about the enormity of the decision we have to make in this search process, and how important this search process is for the success of this district, our leadership, our teaching teams, and most importantly, our students.
I'll echo the wonderful thoughts and the general feeling that we are such a legacy school with such pride and performance throughout the years. Two things we want to make sure I lose sleep over: making sure that our teachers are supported and retained and developed, because absolutely that touch point for every child can really change a trajectory and have a huge impact on a child's life. And I want to make sure that our daily touch points are well supported. And that makes me really worried when we have such a small pool that are coming out of universities right now. We want to make sure that we develop who we have and find the right ones going forward. The other quick thing that keeps me up at night is to make sure that we have this enormous wake going in the direction of excellence and high achievement and performance. And I want to make sure that that in and of itself isn't seen as a barrier to some kids if they just don't see a path forward for themselves to reach those heights, and to make sure that they feel included and brought along in that wake, so that we can include everybody in those great results.
Thank you. With our time allotment, we are a little over where we would like to be, so I want to turn it to a closing statement if you have any further thoughts to add. I know that my last question kind of does cover some of the closing statement stuff, but feel free to expand.
I guess first of all, I want to thank everybody for allowing me this opportunity to be here with you today, and I look forward. I understand that it is a very big decision that weighs upon your shoulders as you move forward, because you have effectively the outcomes for, nearly 4,000 or nearly 3,000 students who are going to be going through the pre-K through 12 process here. And so I completely respect that. And so I guess in closing, since I already spoke about my dad, is just to make sure that I am willing to work with the board and with the schools to identify and begin the systems thinking process. We know that DEI is weighing on everybody because it has to be done, because it's extremely important. With the school district being 33% free or reduced lunch, and then another, a set percent of around 12 to 15 of students who are not white. And then there's a lot of other groups that aren't reported by state and federal databases that have their own way of thinking, have their own way of being. And we have to account for those students as well, make sure that they feel included. And so it's important for us to make sure that the things that we put into the system, like the curriculum, like the budget, like the buildings, like the personnel, the things going into the system are the best possible things that are going to get us to the outcome that we want. So the thing that we want is the best possible school district, the best possible system, and that could include making sure that the county and the city and the universities help us along the way. Because what you said, Ms. Whitecamp, is very beautiful, and that's the way that I think. That's who I am. I want to make sure that irrespective of, okay, this is the charge, that is who I would be wherever I am, is making sure that we're having those conversations with the teachers, with the families, and making this the best possible district, because that wake is there of the high expectations and the high performance. And then finally, and I think this is where the DEI goes, is making sure that every educator and then every community member knows that every educator's moral obligation is to create the best possible outcomes for students, especially for our most vulnerable. That's who we are. That's why we went into the business. We're here to help society get better. And so, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We appreciate the time this morning.
Oh, my pleasure.
And Ryan, why don't we take a short break for bathroom and quick rest, and we'll come back on and talk about process and deliberation. assume I'm still waiting?
Mics are hot, video's still coming online.
Okay. We having an issue, Brian?
Okay, yep, we're,
Okay,
video's online now.
all right. So as I understand it, we are back up and running video and audio. We took a break there, bathroom stretch, etc. We're now going to stay online to the completion of this meeting. For the next quite a while, board members are going to be sitting around the table reviewing all of the public comments we've received. We did have an opportunity to review those that were submitted last night. During those 3 interviews, all of us accessed them after we got home last night and were able to read them. But a number of additional comments were made today about the candidates from yesterday, as well as all of the comments submitted on the candidates we interviewed today. So we have some reading to do. We certainly want to take our time and read, understand, and digest these comments before we get to deliberations about who each of us individually want to bring back for another interview as well as a site tour. We are also going to take some time to gather our own thoughts. This has been, a process where we've done a lot of interviews here and spent a lot of time around this table the last 24 hours meeting these 5 candidates. So we're going to spend a little time collecting our own thoughts in preparation to share with each other who we're interested in bringing back and share with you as well as our community. So with that, some of us have our laptops up and we're just going to start reading public comments. I know Kelly, Mrs. Godesky is out printing some because Mr. Cook is tech not so savvy and didn't bring his laptop. I'm going to leave Kathy out of it. Oh, Kathy's got her iPad, thank you. Yep, so it's just Mr. Cook who needs our iPad. So we're just going to be quiet for a little while. And when we're ready to get back started, you'll hear me start talking. There might be a little bit of talking in the room, but not much because we're going to do our work. Thank you.
Did you mention our reference checks?
I'm going to do that next. I'll do that.
Thank you.
You said Mrs. Godesky is printing out the responses for all of them, or just from today's?
Well, I think she needs to print all of them because there were more comments on yesterday's 3
perfect.
candidates. So
Great.
Chris needs to see those. Do you want her to print them for you as well? Or are you accessing them on your iPad?
I'm just, maybe I could have a little tech intervention with Brian,
Feel
because
free to walk over.
second pages aren't working so much for
Yeah,
me, so.
go over and have Brian help you.
Okay. Oh, look at, he's gonna come.
He's going to come to you.
Okay, so I have
access on my phone here,
Not bad.
this is fine to read.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it did last time, so, okay, thank you.
it's slowly going.
This is working fine. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I do all day, every day, so I'm fine with this. Thank you.
Very ergonomical, friend.
Probably not. That's why my glasses are getting stronger.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
And I'll try to just do this one.
Okay.
Cool.
You're okay that outage, right?
About my technology, sure, if it's the truth. I'm actually not a technophobe or anything, I just didn't bring a laptop.
I almost emailed everybody, or texted everybody, and say, bring your laptop. Yeah, right.
Also, as a reminder, you have the profile in the beginning of your notebook. You can go back and look at what we were looking for in a superintendent.
That's beginner stuff, Dave.
I know, but sometimes review is good.
For sure.
Chili.
You putting on your yellow sweatshirt?
Huh?
You're putting on your yellow sweatshirt?
Everyone on camera was just like, oh.
Are we still getting comments, or they,
There's a couple that came in on both fee and Bergan.
Very recently.
Yep, just very recently.
Okay, thank you.
Just everybody, there's a couple more comments on fee and Bergan that came in here in just the last couple minutes, apparently. Let's see, it's 1:12.
Were those from the public or from the admin?
Public.
Where's it going? No, it's I hate how this fucking thing comes. Right?
Yeah, I don't see it on the left hand side.
Kelly, is there a timestamp on the last public comment on Ms. Fee?
It says 12:57. Maybe I can see it. Timestamps are like we're still calling.
This specific one I did actually. That was when I think it was 12:37.
The other one's for Bergen, the new one? That's correct.
Mhm.
He's turned into a pretty good pro.
Fastest to 300, fastest to the record number of years to fastest to 300 threes.
Oh, is it?
60, like 60 less games. Going crazy.
Barry, there's another new comment on Shane, public comment.
Another Shane Peters public. How close is everybody getting? Close. When you are ready, just let me know. It looks like Chris and Larry are both ready, and so just when you're ready, check in with me that you're ready, and we'll, but take your time. This is, we're in absolutely no hurry. Except the college basketball starts.
Amy's hungry.
Oh, and Amy's, have a donut, Amy, or donut.
She doesn't do things.
Ordering hangry.
Uh-oh.
You're the closest one.
I know, that's why I brought it up.
Walk down the market and get some fried chicken.
That should do it.
Me too.
Oh, good.
There is another comment, public comment for Rene.
Mary has a new public comment.
Who does, Rene does?
Kelly, thank you for facilitating these comments. They're so important.
How you doing over there, Dave?
Doing just fine.
Very good.
Okay. I don't know. Question came up.
Obvious. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how these have like already, you know, she keywords with their own Okay, yeah, the guy that was there around here, he was Jim Lyle. And he went out there, he for a number of years. Okay. I didn't
Amy, how are you, 2 minutes? Or was that the piece on good sign?
2 minutes.
That was a 2-minute warning.
I think I meant 5 minutes, Spirit.
No worries.
They are.
All right, Amy, your 2 minutes have turned into 10.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Don't rush her.
I'm not. I'm just pointing
Yeah,
out,
you are.
I'm making a statement of fact.
Do you want to frame it in a question?
You have. All right, just as a heads up to those online and listening in, we have finished our review and personal reflection and work. And as soon as everybody's back in the room, we will get started with the next phase of this process. Okay, Brian, do we have anybody online?
Several people viewing online, yes.
I figured we did. So let me just start, for those of you watching, and describe where we are, what we as a board have done to get to this process, the materials we've had available, the work we've put in, and the process going forward. So first, we have more information than the 40 or 50 or 60 of you who are watching. We've had the benefit of very thorough applications filled out by each of these 5 candidates that included their complete work history and a description of their jobs and accomplishments at the various stops they've had along their professional and educational careers. There were questions in the application related to why St. Joe, why this job, and describe your 5 proudest accomplishments. We have the resumes. We instituted, after we reduced the candidate population from 19 to 5 on Tuesday, we gave out a writing assignment to each of these 5 candidates. Mr. Killips took care of that for us, and we asked 2 questions. One centered on educational equity and how do you do it and how do you get there, and the other centered on the pandemic and what has been learned. Obviously, we also covered those 2 topics pretty thoroughly during the interviews, but we wanted to see their written responses as well, and we've had access and review of those. We, of course, on Tuesday had Mr. Killips's knowledge and sharing what he's learned about these candidates from references, both references that the candidates listed and his own organic research and communications with people inside and outside of the various districts. And then, for only the second time in Mr. Killips' career as being a search consultant, we instituted a process for following up on references that's a little different than what he has engaged in all but 2 of his other searches. And that is that each candidate had about 5, 6, or 7 references within their application, and we asked for another 10, and we were provided the additional 10 by Wednesday at noon, approximately. And over the subsequent, Wednesday at noon to Friday at 3, so a little over 48 hours, the 7 of us connected with 64 references and non-references, meaning most of them were off the reference lists, but we also spoke with some people in the various communities ourselves who we knew or had contacts with. And so we each really stepped up and put in a lot of time. And I thank my co-board members for that work on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday morning in reaching out to all those folks and learning as much as we could about these 5 candidates. And I will tell you that the 64 reference checks were divided pretty darn reasonably. We were 12, 13, 14 references for each of the candidates. And each board member spoke with 1 or more references for each candidate. So we didn't, I didn't focus on one candidate and Chris on a different candidate. We all spoke with 1 or more of the candidates' references or folks off their list. And we have all of that information in our heads as well. And then, of course, we had an hour, we scheduled 75 minutes, but as if you've been watching, you know that each of them took much closer to an hour and a half. And so we had that interview process over these last 24 hours. So we have a lot of information in our heads. Obviously, you've watched, and then, of course, last but not the least, is we just took the opportunity to review a lot of public comment. Comments from our administrative team, comments from our teaching staff, and comments from parents and community members. And we read, as I said earlier, many of the comments on yesterday's candidates last night once we got home. And after we finished here a little while ago with the last interview, we spent a good hour continuing to review ongoing comments that continued to come in here within the last 10, 15, 20 minutes, and have taken all of that into account as we begin the next step of this process. And so before we jump into what the next step is, I want to describe the next step and the steps thereafter, just so you understand where this goes or how this might play out. So the next step is the 7 of us individually describing which candidate or candidates we would like to have back for a second round interview. And we plan to, whatever candidate or candidates we have back, we would plan to have a site visit here of the St. Joe campus and buildings on Monday, Tuesday, before the Wednesday second round interviews. Is it 4 o'clock on Wednesday? I believe, is it? Thank you. So we are scheduled to do the second round and really final round interviews on Wednesday at 4 o'clock from this building and shared out via our YouTube channel. With the plan that we would then deliberate again, like we're about to, and make a final decision on a superintendent candidate on Wednesday evening, and then enter into contract negotiations with that person. That is our the plan and the timeline that we have laid out when we began this search 8 weeks ago or so. So this next step, deliberations today, I'm going to just go around the room. I think that's clockwise. I'm going to start here and just go around the room. And each of the board members is going to have an opportunity to talk about the candidate or candidates that they are interested in having back for a second interview and a site visit, and who they obviously are deeply interested in learning more about as our potential superintendent. The plan is that we don't necessarily, we're not going to engage in a comparative or how the candidate or candidates we're individually talking about fare better on different data points than the candidates that were not individually wanting to come back. We don't want to say anything negative about folks. We're going to be positive and talk about the positive attributes of the candidates that we each are individually interested in having back. And we'll focus on that. I will not take anybody to the woodshed if they have positive comments they want to make about a candidate that they aren't interested in bringing back. I'll comment on that more in a moment. So we'll go around the room and each have the opportunity to share the candidate or candidates we're interested in having back, and then we'll see where we are after all 7 of us have spoken. It may be clear where we're headed, it may not, it may be clear as mud, and we may have to keep having conversation, and we'll just see where we are in half an hour, however long this process takes. Before we start that deliberation, I want to say that first, thank you to the 5 candidates. I mean, I am so happy and proud of the 5 candidates that we were able to learn a lot about and interview these last 2 days. I think we have some dynamic leaders with a diversity of experience, both in their personal lives and their professional lives, and this is a really hard decision that we have to make. I mean, we've got some great leaders. And the comments that we're reading bear that out. A lot of really positive candidates about, a lot of really positive comments about these candidates. So thank you to the 5 candidates for showing such an interest and knowledge towards St. Joe and commitment to education. I also, again, want to thank the board members for their hard work this week in getting ready for today and being prepared. And I look forward to hearing your comments and taking them into account as I make my own decisions as well. And thank you to Dave Killitz for leading us in this process. I think sometimes I can be a little bit of a pain in the rear because I have some strong opinions, but Dave has tolerated me along the process, and I appreciate that. I appreciate Brian Parsons, our Director of Technology, who has allowed this to work. We've got this OWL system working, and of course, I'm not seeing it on the other side, but Brian and Kelly tell me that it has sounded and looked good, and I'm glad that's working. And of course, thank you to Kelly, our interim superintendent. You've done a great job. Your steady leadership over these last 8-9 weeks and for the rest of this school year are invaluable to us as a board and to our school community, admin, teachers, and students. You've done a fabulous job, and we thank you from the bottom of our beings for everything you've done.
An honor. Thank you.
All right. So, I think I have covered my introductory comments.
Well said.
Okay. So I'm gonna, like I said, go counterclockwise. Mr. Cook happens to be our longest serving board member, I believe. I make fun of his age a lot. We grew up together. He's a couple years older than me, so I've been making fun of his age for a long time. I'm gonna let you go first, Chris.
All right, well, thank you. I reviewed the materials, the references that we talked to, or that I talked to rather, and these interviews the last couple days with an emphasis on a number of areas. And those areas were finances, the diversity, equity, and inclusion piece, my sense for their ability to work as a team, communication, relationships and relationship building, community engagement. I also tried to evaluate their ability to deliver change where that may be needed. Also strengthen curriculum, recruiting teachers, their work ethic, and helping us and our future leaders here develop into perhaps what might be the next superintendent or the next step for the folks that are on our current admin and teaching squad. I agree with what you said, Barry. These candidates were all very strong and very impressive in all manners. I want to say first, since you said you wouldn't take me to the woodshed, that I think Greg Blomgren did a tremendous job. He really excelled in the interview, and I think the support from the community that we've seen in some of the comments has been overwhelming. To me, this just underscores why he's a great principal here, and the way he relates to kids, I believe, makes the high school great. So thank you, Greg, for what you have accomplished and continue to accomplish. I know it's common that we might advance 2 or more candidates to the next round, but for me, the clear leader is Jenny Fee. She checked all the boxes. She's financially strong. She's a team leader, relationship builder, hard worker. She's taken a nice path of experience to get to this point in her career. She seems very committed and prepared to lead us. Her written materials, as you referenced, were also very impressive. Her closing statement was awesome and inspiring and actually brought a tear to my eye. I think that she can lead our district to further greatness. So for me, she is the candidate I'd like to bring back for a second round, site visit, and interview.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cook. Mr. Weir.
Thank you. I won't repeat all of Chris's comments, but 100% agree with them. We're fortunate to have the quality of candidates that we did to evaluate the decision that we have to make. So I'm thankful for that. I thought all the candidates did a great job. It was very informative. Our process of evaluating them by talking to people in their communities and their districts was invaluable. And mainly in one way because well, at least I spoke with some families who have kids in the district who don't see the business end of what a superintendent does, but they can feel the result of those decisions and how they manage their district. That was very informative for me and assisted in my decision, which I too feel that Jenny Fee is the candidate to move forward. For a couple of reasons. I thought her preparation for the interview was outstanding. Knowledge of the community to the extent that she could gain it in a short period of time. Curriculum knowledge, depth of experience in all aspects of education, mainly through the roles that she's held. Her commitment to ongoing education personally is reflective of how she would motivate that in our kids. Commitment to recruiting teachers and admin who represent the student population spoke to me very much. I feel she's team-oriented, places value on inclusive decision-making that's relationship-oriented. And she described communication as transparent, timely, consistent, and collaborative, which I think is good for a student body, it's good for an admin team, it's good for a community. There's one element to this interview process that was unique to my first experience, which was the question about making a mistake and having to own it and change and take a new course. And I thought her response was an expression of humility, ownership, and willingness to change while pursuing alternative solutions, particularly if a superintendent needs to take something away from the student experience. I think that also speaks to alignment with our goals with diversity, inclusion, and equity. And while I've said I think our culture is very, very strong, part of a healthy culture is knowing changes that need to be made to pursue advancement of a culture, which I think is essential for St. Joe schools. So I'm suggesting Jennifer Fee be advanced to the second round.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Mrs. Morone.
Thank you. I think one thing I really want to echo, just because I think it's so important that we recognize that Barry did already cover, is the vast information that came to us through our own developed contacts as well as those that were offered by our candidates. And I say that because those very practical ways that we asked for very specific responses and examples from those community members, co-workers and colleagues informed us about what was said in interviews, because we all know some people interview better than others. Some things are easier to convey than others, but you have to be able to provide that experience or that concrete way that has impacted you as a person who's giving that feedback. And so those people were able to give us those feedback pieces in this process. And so I think it's really important as a public forum here to share that with the public, and that the magnitude of these decisions I know has weighed very heavy on all of us. And with that said, I would echo, I don't mean to be repetitive, the incredible representation of our candidates, the unique things I learned from each of them, and my appreciation for each one's strong backgrounds that are not apples to apples in each of our situations. So without duplicating too much more information, I would really want all candidates to know that I was very impressed and I really appreciated all that they had to offer. I have to put forth my clear, as I look at all of those pieces, seeing that Jenny Fee has also advanced herself at the top in my category for so many reasons. Many of them already articulated. Her leadership is broad, and her understanding of district, from finance to curriculum to development of our leaders, is significant. Her ability to grow continuing or existing initiatives, as well as look for ones that are right for our district, was evidenced to me in a practical way by multiple people I spoke with, and two of them not being people she knew that we contacted, developed outside of our list. Very specifically, how independent and autonomous leadership was encouraged in her oversight with her direction, how she respected and grew leaders, ideas, change, how she took hits, how she put herself on the line for her staff, how she was willing to be a collaborative partner and not take credit for things, but allow her team to shine, were over and over echoed in the comments in those issues. She has shown a number of very interesting similar things to our district, but we recognize we want change as well, and that was demonstrated in her ability. Again, some of that not always reflective for our online listeners, ways that she has pushed and challenged her current district as well. So we appreciate that, and those are the things we want to be able to do here in St. Joe. Recognize what's good, move forward where we need to go. And she seemed to have a very strong willingness to do that, and a willingness to grow and push herself out of a comfort zone as well as others. I appreciated her insight and reflection on our community and really digging in and understanding who we are, and her board questions to us as well, very insightful and reflective of that. I also appreciated Rene's broad experience that he brings. It's challenging when you come from outside and even further away than within the state to understand all of the things that we do in a new state, but he has such a broad experience. I appreciated that, and I wanted to acknowledge that as well. From new ideas to implementing things in the district to maintaining things that are working and making them better. I appreciated his practical CTE experience and some of those new perspectives that are sometimes hard to find in a leader. So I did want to add that as well. I would definitely be open to that candidate returning as well.
Are you, for clarity, are you requesting that two candidates come back, or one with a open to a second? I want to understand
yes.
your position.
Yes, one open to a second.
Got it. Thank you, Mrs. Morone. Mr. Dyer.
I will not repeat everything that people have said about the process, but it has been a very thorough process. And we've had the honor of talking to 5 very qualified candidates, and so I thank them. I thank them for their interest, and it's a tough decision. I do have, in no particular order, 2 people that I would like to ask back. The first one is Jennifer Fee. She's got a wide range of experiences. She was a teacher, middle school principal, high school principal, and has been an assistant superintendent at East Grand Rapids. She has been there for 18 years. She understands the importance of the relationship between the school district and the community. She talked about embracing the rich history of that district, but also building upon it. I think she's got a strong academic and curriculum focus, and she understands the needs there. She's worked with the school foundation at East Grand Rapids, which would be a key role for us also in St. Joe schools. By far, she did her homework on our district and our community. She seemed to understand where we are, where we've been, and where we want to go. Thought her closing statement was very strong. But the 2 references that I called relative to Mrs. Fee also convinced me that she's a person we should ask back. One is a teacher at East Grand Rapids and also president of the Education Association. She described Mrs. Fee as very organized, collaborative, and builds a very strong team and listens. She also indicated that she has negotiated 7 contracts with her in a very positive and professional manner. A parent said that East Grand Rapids is really a college prep type district, but her son is learning disabled. but Mrs. Fee always listened and made sure the district met all of her son's needs. So I would like to ask that Mrs. Fee come back for a second interview. Also Nkenge Bergan. She also has experience in large and small districts, urban and more suburban, special ed teacher, special ed coordinator, elementary and principal school principal, a central staff leader. She's been at Kalamazoo Public Schools since 2013, and although not in the superintendent role, her role of Director of Student Services provides her with a strong focus on the student population in Kalamazoo. She's had very good experience in diverse districts throughout her career and culturally responsive teaching. She developed a district-wide social emotional program for Kalamazoo and has trained and mentored in areas such as adverse childhood experiences and restorative practices. Again, I go back to two references that I called about Mrs. Bergan. And they indicated that she was very ready for the job. She is very involved in the community, is well known and respected in the community. She's got a very collaborative approach, gets full feedback before making any decisions. And during a period of time when the Kalamazoo superintendent role was open, took a leadership role within that district. So I would recommend we ask both individuals back for a second interview.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I should just make a point, you can each stop saying that you're not gonna repeat, because you then just proceed to repeat.
We repeat.
So that's okay, because, you know, share what you have to share, even if there is some repetition, that's okay. Mrs. Wycamp.
All right, I've been taking really good notes, so I'm just gonna say again what everybody just said. I'm just kidding. Thank you to all of our candidates. It has been, I feel, a growth experience for myself as a board member to be exposed to your histories, your methodologies, your impact on your own districts and your positions that you've held, and I feel that I have a feeling that everyone else feels that way too, because we have learned so much through this process of speaking with you, your references, and digging deep into discovering what we feel this district needs at this time. Saying that, I agree that Jenny Fee is a candidate I would like to continue with interviews in the second round. She has shown a strong foundation at all levels, an appreciation of all levels, from being a student to an administrator. With that, as a lifelong learner, she is continuing, currently, even growing into each position. And where this would be a growth position for her, I think this is coming from a very strong position and foundation to step in, be knowledgeable, but also be motivated to grow personally and bring the district along with her. She is a clear communicator, very thoughtful and thorough in her responses. For all of the questions that we presented, both in writing and during our verbal interview, I felt not only that she had a respect for the process in taking a moment to think and make sure that she addressed all of the questions that were presented, but coming from her deep, deep knowledge that she can present maybe in writing, but to explain things in a thoughtful, thorough, and relatable way to me as a non-educator, I thought was really valuable. Through my contact with references, very much a team player who is about not only her own growth, but fostering the growth of her administrative team and staff as a whole. But she also understands where the responsibilities lie, where sort of the buck stops. I think that's invaluable. She acknowledges that the teacher is the #1 resource in our district. The key to that is development, growth, retention, and seeking the best fit for our students. Her acknowledgement that diversity is a tapestry. It's not the obvious necessarily issues that we need to address. It's the deep, broad, nuanced diversities that show up and affect our students in family and community. Really appreciated that approach, acknowledgement, and work that she's done. For that reason, I'm excited to continue speaking with Jenny Fee. As a second candidate that I would very much entertain continuing talking to is Nkenge Bergan. I, again, appreciate her growth mindset. Every step that she's taken, she's grown into, and I think from a very student-centered perspective. Every response came back to the growth of the child, the support of the child, the building of the community to support the growth of the child. That perspective was wonderful, and however, maybe we can't measure those metrics as well, she also drove back to data, review, rigor, monitor. These words came up in her responses often, as well as the more sort of SEL kind of support. And I appreciate that because we do need to monitor how we roll out programs, what kind of effects they have, and how we are being most effective within our budget for the most kids. I appreciate that. How things got back to data and monitoring. She also brought back through her responses and from references that she is mission and vision driven, meaning that there are clear statements, clear priorities that are set, that frame decisions and efforts, and where PD might be focused, and always that check. So very clear standards set. I appreciated that there was an appreciation for changing how things always work with the implementation of the block schedule and understanding how a big change like that might be disruptive, but overall better for student success for all sorts of reasons. So for those reasons, I would like to put forth Ms. Bergan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wyken. Mr. Weir, Mr. What is your name? It's a W. There was Weir, Wykamp, and Wright. Right, that's it. Right, you're Mr. Wright.
Clockwise.
You really looked insulted when you said that.
Carrie, will you please go down?
I will. Well said by everybody's comments, and echo the fact that I sincerely appreciate the amount of time, effort, and energy that went into the process on the part of all 5 candidates, and want to say thank you. Jenny Fee stood out to me today in the interview process tremendously. I think whenever you're interviewing somebody for your organization, you want to know in your heart of hearts whether or not they're running from the organization they're part of or running to your organization. Mm-hmm. And I got the sense today in meeting and hearing Jenny that she's running to St. Joe, not running from East Grand Rapids. Her enthusiasm for our community, our district, I felt was sincere. Her experience has prepared her to be successful in this position, in this district. I think part of being a great leader and bringing people along is having experience in the positions in which you're leading. So in other words, she's been a building principal, she's been a teacher, and she can relate to folks that will report to her in a very comforting way. It was very fascinating talking to some of her references because I heard things like, nobody's gonna outwork Jenny Fee. Jenny Fee is gonna be the most researched person in a room, no matter what the topic is. And I think you all certainly saw that in her application, and you saw that in her interview today. And then, you know, most importantly, I think as you read and understand how she approaches leadership, she's built a team on the foundation of integrity, trust, and high expectations. And for that reason, I think Jenny's the one person I'd like to bring back for a second interview.
All right. Thank you, the six of you. I appreciate hearing from you. And so I have had some thoughts about how I could see each one of these 5 people being our leader. And they are, I think sometimes when you're interviewing candidates, you're comparing apples and apples. And you're looking for subtle differences that may make a difference. But this group of 5 candidates, we've got an apple, an orange, a banana, a lemon, and a lime. Just their personal histories and their educational leadership histories are different enough that they really present us with some interesting opportunities and have different strengths that they could bring to the position of superintendent here or anywhere else. And so I'm very proud, again, as I said earlier, that we were able to have this solid of a candidate pool. And I could envision any one of the 5 being our leader. But I do think from all of the work that I put in to this process and learning what, as much as I could about folks and the number of reference checks I did and the reading I did, and listening to my co-board members just now, reaffirms to me that Jenny Fee is the candidate. I think she is a calm, prepared, hardworking, team-building leader. I chatted with both superintendents that she worked, the last 2 superintendents she worked with, might have been the only 2 superintendents she worked with under as a building administrator. One recently retired and one who started in 2018, as well as 2 parents in the district. And from both perspectives, Jenny has been and is prepared to be a superintendent, and it's only her life experience for her family and her children that have led her to wait to this point. And I think the dedication she showed to wanting to be in St. Joe, obviously she showed a dedication to wanting to be in East Grand Rapids, having worked there for a long time, her kids going through the district and being committed to it, and only applying to our district. I think shows a dedication. The research she did and what she knew about us is real and shows, as Carrie said, a desire to be running to us rather than away from something else. I appreciated the fact that throughout her interview today, she used the frame remove or removing barriers, which is not going to take her long to see our little fence image and removing fences. And I think that she's been doing that work, and it's not, obviously with East Grand Rapids and its demographics, the depth of racial and socioeconomic diversity work that they've had to do they're probably at a similar stage we are, because they are having some school of choice kids and they've started it. I think it's one of the reasons, just to say something about Nkenge, she's such an attractive candidate because of her depth of knowledge in that space. But I think Jenny is the more complete leader and the more complete, knowledgeable leader for our district at this time, and is ready to do that removing fences work. The references I got were fantastic. Her preparation was great, and I think she's who I would bring back as a sole candidate for the next round. So Mr. Killips, we have some unanimity and then some not unanimity. Can you help coach what happens next?
Well,
I'm not sure.
You've got 7 people that would like to see Mrs. Fee back. I think that's obvious, one candidate. You have one person that would entertain having Mr. Sanchez. I'm not sure you'd be open to it. We have two people that would like to see Mrs. Bergan back. However, neither one of those two last candidates have the majority support of the board to return. And I think it was Mr. Dyer that said he didn't have them in either order, and so I understand that as well. But it seems to me you have rallied around one person to bring back as a board.
I would say publicly, I said I did not have them in order, but I do have them in order.
Would you like to share that?
Yes, I have Jennifer Fee first.
Well, I would say maybe in respect to all of our candidates, if that's clear, it wouldn't be fair to them even to bring back if we know that this is our collaborative front runner. So I would be respectful of that maybe in the process.
Does it make sense that we entertain a motion to bring back a single candidate for a site visit, a second interview, and further conversation?
In my perspective, yes.
You are my consultant. That was a question phrased to you, sir.
Mr. Phillips, can I ask, please, if, should there be something we discover that makes us feel like we need to go back and have another site visit with a different candidate, that would be appropriate in our process or not?
We could do that, but what you run into the chance of is if you've already told them no, are they going to be willing to be second choice? I've seen it go both ways with that, so I don't want to speak for any of them. They are obviously all very interested in this position. In fact, many of them, this was the only position they were interested in. So I think it would be a possibility of going back to them.
Thank you.
All right, so I think I would entertain a motion.
That motion would be to bring Jennifer Fee back for a second interview
And site visit.
and site visit, and I will make that motion.
Second. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mr. Conniver,
Yes.
Mr. Cook,
Yes.
Mr. Dyer,
Yes.
Mrs. Marone, yes, Mrs. Whitecamp,
Yes.
Mr. Weir,
Yes.
Mr. Wright.
Yes.
7 yes to bring the candidate back for interview.
Great. Thank you, everybody, again. Members vote. Dave's got something else to say.
Yes, one thing about the visitation, we have one person, one board member that said they were available, could be available Monday, actually, Mrs. Whitecamp,
Yes.
and you could be available Tuesday as well.
Yes.
Mrs. Marone said she could be available Tuesday.
Let me deal with that after. I'll work with you on what that logistics will look like.
Okay.
That
Well,
doesn't need,
The reason I was going there, it would be preferential to have two board
we
members.
will have 2 board members and Mrs. Gadesky, and I'll chat with you about how we'll arrange that.
Okay,
And when we're done, we'll figure out what day works best for who I think should be a part of that team.
okay, and then secondly, give me a minute to step outside for a second, make a quick call to make sure she will accept the second interview. I'm confident that will happen, but just before we adjourn.
You are a belts and suspenders guy. Understood. I'm pretty sure I can do it.
Okay. I would do it, but if we can, that'd be great.
So Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning. you prefer Tuesday morning?
Either one, but I could do Tuesday morning. Correct.
It
I
is.
know they were looking at
Thank you,
morning
Brian, for thinking.
for original.
I'll explain.
Oh.
Oop, Brian, we blocked out our consultant.
Just caught enough on your thing. She's quite excited to come back.
Awesome, good.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, our process today at our special meeting on March 27 is complete. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll
Mr.
second.
Weir, Mrs. Wykamp, all in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Brian, you can kill the technology.